good Sunday morning to you. Ryan Ragland with the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri. We have 8 games of match play round robin match play, and then we'll cut the top 5 and do a step ladder finals. And we will determine the champion at the year-end tournament here for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour, as brought to you by Gladstone Bowl. And I'll tell you what, I think scores are going to remain astronomical. Yesterday, Steve Points averaged 259.3 for 8 games. He shot games at 279, 268, stumbled a little bit at 17. Then he goes 58, 58, 69, and 66. That's stupid crazy. And take a look at the other top 8. Steve Slocum started off slowly yesterday at 201. Then comes up with games of 300, 37, 89, 67, 57, and 33 to average 254.9 for the 8 games. John Shaw, one of the other lefties in the field, averaged 252 as he was 366 over. 366, yes. 366 over for the 8 games. Mike Vanderbrugge was at 327. I'm doing some math in my head real quick. Yeah, he was 327 over. 324 over was Rafe Terry. Check that. I'm looking at game 7. I should have game 8. I didn't have game 8. I thought it was that. Anyway, we'll back up. Steve Points at 461 for his 8 games. Steve Slocum qualified second at 441 over. John Shaw at 424 over. Mike Vanderbrugge in 4th at 403 over. And then in 5th, shooting 258 his last game, David Moorhead was at 373 over. In 6th, it was Richard Crocker at 347. In 7th, shooting 279 his last game. He was 50 pins out of the cut. Sitting in 10th with Brandon Leibel. He shoots 279 his last game, goes 343 over. And squeaking in, Kevin Mason at 327 over. So gargantuan scores all day yesterday, and kind of interesting as I'm trying to sift through my papers. Kind of interesting on how everything was working out. Usually Gladstone is a house you want to throw it right to the friction and let it come back. But you'll see through the 8 games of match play, a lot of the guys that made the cut, they're not big swingers. They like to keep the ball controlled and keep the line in front of them. And when you're averaging as much as they were, you hate to say it, but sometimes carry comes into the play of things. So I believe, and I'm trying to remember, last year, the only person that made the top 8 last year that made the top 8 this year was Brandon Leibel. So we'll have to see how that comes out. I did try to run 2 cameras or get 2 cameras set up. Some reason it worked out great yesterday. Tried to hook it up this morning and it wasn't working. So we're back to the 1 camera. I'm going to try to get that fixed so that we can have multiple views. I was going to try to do side-by-side cameras. So also something else, I do understand that sometimes the connection might be a little bit off. Having problems getting an internet signal here, so I'm running the hotspot off my phone, which is what the computer's running off of. So I am recording it. So if you're watching this live, I am recording it, and then I'll upload the actual stream so it'll stay better. Plus, you'll see at top we have the scrolling standings. and we will update those after each game. We'll kind of spend a few frames on each match and talk about who's doing where. We will have the scores up during the match play, stepladder match play, obviously. But for right now, we're going to swing back and forth, and we will update you on scores when we're centering on each match. So I'm glad we only have the front four in front of us, so it'll make it a little bit easier. So practice going on. They have about 4 minutes left, so we're going to take a break. Leave the mic on so you can have a little bit of bowling alley sound, a little ambiance. And we'll get started with the 8-game match robin, or the 8-game round robin match play. And then we'll cut the top 5 for the stepladder finals here at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri, with the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. We'll get started here in a few minutes. Ryan Ragland back with you at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri, and of course, Mike Vanderburg had just kind of ruined it. I was going to say that him and John Shaw both are on a string. John Shaw has the front 5. Vanderburg leaves a 7 in his 5th frame. And down over here on 23 and 24, Brandon Leibel and Kevin Mason are tied up. Both have a spare in the first. Brandon Leibel walking up. They've got theirs set up a little bit different. Usually go right lane first and then left lane. But evidently they didn't swap the arrows, which is, I guess, is fine. Brandon Leibel walking up into 5th to stay tied up with Kevin Mason. Snaps the 10 right out. Got to give David Moorhead a little bit of grief. He showed up in black jeans and a little bit of that dress code, so he had to go back home and change real quick. Or we could have got started a little bit sooner. And over here on 19 and 20, John Shaw with the front 5. That's in a little bit. Oh, when he trips the 610. Shaking his head coming back, I would too. Week 10 or week 7, so Steve Slocum. Oh, he goes through the nose. He was in a tight match with leader Steve Points. So how you see it right now, everyone qualified in the order left to right. and then everything will start getting a little jumbled up. So Steve points with a spare in the first, and the next 4. At some point today, I'm going to have to go grab me some more tacos over at the snack over here. I'll tell you what, tacos at Gladstone Bowl rule. That's all I got to say about that. Points with another carry, so he did exactly what he wanted to do after Steve Slocum's miss. Still a tight match between Mike Vanderbrugge and John Shaw. He's doing some talking. It kind of looks like everyone, usually this place you want to get the ball right, but really don't have a whole lot of big benders in the field outside of Mike Vanderbrugge's speed is slow enough that he can get the ball to recover, getting deep, but pretty much everyone else likes to keep everything in front of him. David Moorhead, he can slow up his speed. He has enough revolutions he can get the ball to return back too. Vanderbrugge with the double. So we'll go back over here with a tight match with Brandon Leibel and Kevin Mason. Richard Crocker, excuse me, and David Moorhead as Richard walks up in the 8th, working on a 3-bagger with 87 in the 4th. Moorhead on a double in the 6th and 7th with 97 in the 5th. Richard Crocker with a nice snap of the 10. And the game between Mason and Leibel just got a little bit tighter. So 195 for Leibel in the 8th, working on an open. And working on a spare in the 7th for Mason. He can strike for 157. So he's getting to the point where he really needs to string a few. And Steve Points keeps doing what Steve Points does, as he's still looking at 290 with a strike in the 8th. And Vanderbrugge with a nice trip of the 4. .279 possibility for John Shaw. And .279 possibility for Mike Vanderbrugge. So we'll center on and watch what these two do. That ball just stopped for Mike. Looked like it was going to keep going. It just kind of stopped for him. Kind of a good news, bad news possibility to shoot 279 and have to split the pins. Just a little bit low, but he got to carry the 10. So 279 for Mike Vandenberg. So Shaw's going to need to punch out just to be able to split the 30 bonus pins. And Sean with the first one. Oh, nice snap by Crocker. So he's looking at 279 also, or excuse me, 267. So he's going to get a win. All right, one more back-to-back 279s to split the 15 pins. And Slocum's going to finish with 241. Comes up a bit short. Goes to 8 count, 277. So Vandenberg with the win. Shaw with the 277 and a loss, which is just tough. And points looking at 250. Finish up over here on the right side. I'm going to take some notes here real quick, and we'll be right back. a new update is up and ready to go. Trying to make sure I got all the space right enough so you can. But everything stays, well, a little bit of a shovel. Steve Points keeps doing what Steve Points does. And that's making a whole lot of strikes, shooting 279 game one. He is at 548 with the win. Mike Vanderbrugge at 512. John Shaw at 501. Steve Slocum with the loss at 482. Steve Crocker, I keep doing that. 443. Brandon Leibel with the win going, the loss going 443. 431 for Leibel. 424 for Kevin Mason, and 373 for David Moore. And we'll scoot over here real quick with Richard Crocker. Looks like he's still on the Summit Peak. Gets a nice little trip. On the to the right of them, Brandon Leibel and David Moorhead on a pretty good match, with Leibel working on a double. Slide over also and catch Slocum and Vanderbrugge. Nice little slow snap of the 10 for Leibel. Slocum with 88 in the fourth, with a spare in the fifth, and then he goes 4-7-10. He really liked that absolute yesterday, and kind of sticking with what got him there. Sometimes a good thing, sometimes they can bite you. Get a little bit of blinded, knowing how good the ball was yesterday. Transition's going to be just a little bit different with the different traffic. Oh, give that one a good shot. And Steve Points up on the right lane on 23, as he has a spare, and then the next four. It is crazy how well Steve Points has bowled this weekend. I just jinxed him. Announcer's jinx, that's how it goes. Kevin Mason on the left lane with a spare in the next five. That ball jumped way early. Not sure how much transition already, but I think he might have got that one out just a tick early. Slow rolling libel. Brandon's not, he's not afraid to change the ball when he needs to. I think that might be like an IQ tour or something. Has some red lettering on, I'm not sure. Libel with a double spare and a four-bagger. Yeah, he's just playing just inside the shim. Get his break point just a little bit outside 10 at the markers, and it's just setting flush. Moorhead with 108 in the sixth with a strike in the seventh. Nice and flush for Vandenbrugge. Sorry, Jamie, I just saw this. Yeah, total pins from yesterday do carry over. So they just pick up where they left off. And, yeah, so being in the lead and having a little bit of a lead does kind of make you feel a little bit more relaxed going into the next day. And yeah, drop us a message on the chat if you can. Do a like on the broadcast, and if you can, do a subscribe and hit the alert bell. And then when we come up with the another broadcast starting next year, you'll get an alert on that. Back over here, Steve points real quick. Oh, week 7 almost had the 7-10. Oh, Slocum had the scouts standing vertically, went behind the 10. Yep, that one got in for Brandon, and it's set. he's walking back going, thank you. I'll take that. Wish I could get the camera to move back just a little bit and we could catch all 4 of them. Tugs the first one, gets the break, throws a good second one and wraps the 10. I love the world of bowling. These guys are moving pretty quick. They're already in game 2. It's only been about 40 minutes, so. Vandenbrugge has a mess. So 58 possibility for Brandon Libel. 228 possibility for Moore. So that's going to be a win for Libel. So kind of seeing how this is setting out real quick. Looks like Crocker is going to get his win against Kevin Mason. Mason can spare and strike for 235. Crocker working on a double in the 8th and 9th with a 146, so he can go 266. So we'll go down and get some scores back in a little bit, and we'll have the updates. Looks like Mason is going to fall to Crocker. And Vanderburgie can punch out for 212. And possibility of a tie. 212 for Vanderburgie. So right now Slocum has to double to tie, because he has 162 in the 8th, working on a spare in the 9th. Summation finishes 235. Yep, Vanderburgie 212. So Slocum has to strike out just to split the 30 difference. And Crocker with a nice little tumble. Actually, he can go 36, so he needs to strike. I misread that. He needs to strike in order to win by 1 to get the 30 bonus. So that's a big one there. See what Crocker does on this one. Needs all 10 for the win. And he gets it. So 236, 235. $257 for Leibel and $228 for Kevin Mason, or for David Moorhead. One more for Slocum to split the 30 pins for the tie on the 212. For Sean Point, Points goes, or Sean goes 225. And Points right now can go 230. So he needs to get the first one. And he gets it flush. The battle of the lefties. And that's the tie. So see what so Points is going to have the win. He's in the 230s right now with a spare here. And he flushes it. So he's going to be in the 250s, or the 240s, excuse me. And the weird thing is, that 240 is below his tournament average. So we'll get everything set up and get updated. after this second game of 8, as we are at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri, the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour round robin match play. We'll be back in a couple minutes with an update.
Aren't you glad you have this support back here?
And there we have the updated standings just posted. And let it go through its cycle here a little bit. But still in the lead, Steve points as he goes 259, 249. And he is 627 over. Mike Vanderburgie remains in second at 539 over. John Shaw in third, even though he lost 2 matches, still in third at 526. Richard Crocker at 509 over. Steve Slocum tied at 509. Kevin Mason at 459. Brandon Leibel at 458. And David Moorhead at 401. So there's your updated standings. And we'll go over here to 17 and 18. Have David Moorhead and Mike Vanderburgie, Steve Points, and Kevin Mason on 17 18, 21 22. Have John Shaw and Brandon Leibel. And then you have Steve Slocum and Richard Crocker. Hey, look who shows up. Your seat's over here, man. They even got a set of headphones for you and a microphone. Where'd the microphone go? Oh, there it is. What about the headphones? The strange guy shows up. If you know anything about the KC Tour tournaments, this guy and the king of the hot dogs at South Point, David Waswell.
Is this thing on?
It is. I only had 3 hot dogs at South Point last week, and did not buy a bowling ball.
You missed out.
I did miss out.
Now, did you get the hot dogs near the plaza or in the casino?
In the plaza.
Okay, so you were looking for cost.
I,
Cost savings there at the casino is always good.
yeah. They could charge $3 each for those things and still be okay.
Especially at the plaza. Especially when you're there and you're famished from bowling.
Yeah.
Afterwards, or just preparing like I do. This is a good way to start the stream for me. By the way, we went right into the hot dog conversation.
Why
That's
beat around
lasted.
the bush?
That has lasted for 3 years, and I blame Matt Cannizzaro for that.
Well, that was like in fact, when I got there Tuesday, I told the valet, park my stuff. I'll call you when I need it. I went straight up to the plaza, and the first thing I did was I got a Starry and a hot dog. If you're gonna start South Point, you start it right.
Exactly.
That's what you do.
Exactly. And that's another reason to stay there on site. It's always there at your fingertips. You just walk down from your room and you go right there, and it's there.
What did you think about these scores yesterday?
I thought they were rather low, to be honest. I was surprised.
They were struggling. They couldn't find a groove.
I bowl here on Thursday nights, and I shoot 820 also, but we bowl 4 games in that league, so
Yeah.
these guys are, there's a reason I'm here, and these guys are down there.
Yeah.
They're
Steve Slocum looking at 279 or 278, and he just wrapped a 10 pin. Or no, excuse me, had the 10 pin and he whiffed a spare.
Yeah, and Steve had a big day yesterday.
I hate the colors on these. I wish if you're only going to have one score on the screen, I wish they would have programmed these things so it was bigger and you could show all 10 frames like the old, the GS days or whatever the words that Brunswick came out with the 2000s.
I would agree with that. I'm squinting to see scores here.
I am too, and I squint enough just to get to write down what I have on the paper.
All right, so your camera right now, you're focused on right in the 21, 22 range here. Okay. trying to figure out what people can and can't see from the camera range here.
Yeah, I tried to work it out for 2 cameras, and for whatever reason the box wouldn't work. So I gotta send it back. I tested it out yesterday and it worked fine. I hook it up today, nothing. Go figure. Oh, that's not good for Kevin Mason getting the 4.9. And I'm trying to look at some of the scores. And get done first is going to be Crocker and Slocum.
And it appears that Slocum went miss and has let Crocker back in this
Yeah,
match.
he can only do his 230. And Crocker can punch out for 45.
And Richard's just coming off a match with Kevin Mason where he struck out to win by 1 pin. So
Yeah.
he was just in this
And,
situation.
he's not getting the huge scores, but he's getting just enough to get the 30 pins. That makes it okay.
Richard's sitting in 4th right now. This is going to be tight all day with the way the format is and 8 bowlers left. All these guys are going to be in contention. Maybe one might have a bad day and not be able to sneak into the top 5.
That was me last year.
Oh.
I was.
We
I
weren't invited this year.
I stuck around long enough to get the small check.
All right. I got a bone to pick about Steve Points. This guy looks.
Are you going to go David Axon on him?
Probably not.
Okay.
But he just seems like a guy that you're like, okay, yeah, he's a good bowler. He's throws it well. He is just always there. I don't care if he's left-handed. I don't care if he's right-handed. He's just always there. He just repeats shots, and the next thing you know, you're looking up the scoreboard and you're beat.
Well, he's kind of done that. I had the sheet.
Got it right here, sir.
Now there's another sheet that I had. I think I might accidentally have to look back here, but
What do you got? Lane track stats on him?
Have his finish for the whole year.
I feel like there's people hugging me behind.
Oh, they're
me.
all over the place. If you keep your eyes closed, you don't care who it is. You're just feeling the love. So the 9 and the 10th, and Crocker's going to go 244.
That's the second match in a row. He looked like he was in trouble going into the 10th, and he's coming out with a win.
Yeah. I made the comment earlier that when we were here in October, you wanted to get left and get that bounce. But when you take a look at the 8 guys, kind of strange to say, but the only guy that's really going to get deep and be able to keep it up is going to be Mike Vanderbrugge. He's got that speed slow enough that he can get it to recover. Everyone else, outside of maybe Moorhead, they're going to keep everything in front of them. The transition today is going to be totally different from what it was yesterday.
Yeah, Mike's made a good change here. I watched his first 4 frames over there, and he was pretty much lost. Kind of like David Moorhead. 17 and 18 so far, to me, seems like it's a lower scoring pair, but Mike figured it out with a 5-bagger, and it looks like he's going to end up with 230 and take home the win.
Mason can be the silent assassin out of this group.
Yeah, Kevin's one of the more underrated guys around.
So 225 the finish for Slocum. And Shaw's finally going to get his first win. As he's had, when Shaw goes 77, loses to Vanderbrugge, who shoots 279 in the first game. Thank you for coming.
Good morning.
I don't know if he's Catholic, but if they have service early enough, he probably should have stopped by and get that first game luck. So 233 for Vanderbrugge, and he's going to get the win there. Shaw's going to finish 239, and he's going to get the win there. Looks like the close one. I don't know. Points is doing what Points does, and then Mason gets away with a crossover. And Leibel can only punch out for 94. Kind of strange guys walking around going, yeah, I shot 240 and I lost 30 pins. that was the story going all the way across.
Tom Patton's line in qualifying is if he shot 258, he would call it +8.
+8.
How'd
Yes.
you do that game? I was +8.
That was +8. That was,
Minus
yeah.
6.
That's about what it was.
All right, David Moorhead currently is bringing up the rear and struggling this game, so he's going to have to
He's going
really
to go 63. He's going to go 62.
And when you say 62, you mean
162. Yeah. Leibel can get the spare for 184. Yes, that's going to hurt those two.
Yeah, you can't weed anybody out after game 3, but those two guys, Brandon Leibel and David Moorhead, are going to have to go crazy the last 5 games.
Well, Leibel goes 270. He was 50 off the cut and goes 279 yesterday. So it's, for him, it's possible. So he finishes 184. So the last match is Steve Points and Kevin Mason. And 259 for Points, which is about average. It's 6 pins over his average for the tournament.
And Ryan, with my rudimentary math here, the standings aren't going to change this game.
No, they're not going to change much.
All 8 players are going to stay in the same spot they were in. We'll get you a quick update here momentarily when this last match ends.
And doesn't get that blower 5. So he's going to finish 230. Have you bowled this year for Vegas?
No, I bowl in July.
Have fun.
It can't be any worse than singles and doubles last year.
No. I got smart quicker and actually had a ball that worked better than double singles last year that I probably could have used last year.
I saw you post that you thought you threw it better than your scores.
Oh, I threw it extremely better than what my score. I shoot 1740 and I felt okay with it, if that tells you anything.
There's a lot of years I would take 17-4.
I'll tell you my best win of the whole week. In team event, I go $150, $180, $190. I put 200 brackets and I made 180 out of it. That's a win.
That is a win.
That's a big win.
That's a win.
It might have been seniors, but it's a win.
I should have quit after team last year. I got in 50 brackets and won all 50 in team. And then
You what?
I won all 50 brackets I got into team. I shot 230, 230, 240, and I was in senior brackets and a few $10 regular ones.
Yeah.
And got a good draw.
Yes, you did.
Looked up at my amount and was shocked. And then the next day showed up. Singles and doubles day.
I should have just called in double singles, right? So
Yeah.
238 for Steve Points. That's going to give him the win. Possible 215 for Kevin Mason. I got the
Tournament director Dan Schmierbach stealing your scores.
double check. Hey, I can barely see what I'm looking at, so I'm asking him to verify my stuff.
All right, when Kevin Mason officially throws the last ball of the third game here, I'm gonna hand you my sheet, and you can
Do some deciphering.
do some unofficial updating that I believe is correct.
I'll take your word over mine.
Math is one of the few things I can do, so. All right, Kevin Mason in the books, 215. It gets him to plus 474. I'm going to hand this over to you for unofficial update after you do your due diligence on the computer. Now, Ryan, where have you? What platforms or what? Where can we find
YouTube.
this on the intranet?
YouTube
Yeah.
seems to be the go-to for everything.
Okay. I need to get here and do some sharing myself.
Well, let's see. We'll get started on the right side, so we'll switch camera over. Be back in a few minutes.
Insurance money. Great minds think alike. So do mediocre minds.
And there is your update. And bring Dave in, and he's absolutely correct. None of the positions changed, as Steve points is at 595, 602 for Mike Vanderbrugge, 595 for John Shaw, 583 for Richard Crocker, 534 for Steve Slocum, 474 for Kevin Mason. In sixth, Brandon Leibel at 442, and 363 for David Moorhead. And David's struggled 200, 220, 160, and that's just not going to get it. But like we said, the transition totally changes with your different traffic. And that was the one thing I learned. I actually qualified second at a regional in Junction City, and I had set in my mind I was going to do exactly the same thing that I did Saturday. It didn't work Sunday. I didn't realize that till game 8, and me and Dave Axon was bullying each other. We're looking at each other, go like, "Well, we're carrying up to red leaderboard."
Now, why didn't it work the next day?
Because the transition was different with the bowlers. That's what I learned. But that was like back when I was decent.
I remember a time you and I were in step ladders, and now we're watching step
Now
ladders.
we're watching step ladders, yeah.
I was just talking to Brian Strickland, the proprietor at Summit Lanes, yesterday about that. When I turned 50, I thought, well, I'm just going to run these guys over. And for about a year or two, I wasn't too bad, and then I haven't been since.
Yeah.
I haven't been that good since, so I'm waiting to get to the big 6-0 where I can possibly limp in for the Super Senior check.
There you go. And really kick in on the brackets
That's my
at
ceiling.
Nationals.
Exactly. That's my ceiling currently.
And get the free check
Yes.
at this.
That is what I'm looking for. My ceiling is last check of these tournaments. These guys are just so good, and the scores, as you know, are rarely low.
Now, see, if I wanted to be quick and we just need to start calling Mike VDB. I can't put VDB on the screen because nobody would know.
Yeah, it's I can say the name. It's the spelling sometimes when I'm writing them down for tournaments where, okay, is this capitalized? Is there an extra E in there that doesn't need to be there?
What am I missing?
Yeah. All right, speaking of that transition, I'm seeing overall after that first game that I wasn't here, it seems like the scores are taming down a little bit.
Definitely
here.
going down. Plus, I think, you had some guys that were crossing left to right. So they might be pushing a little bit to the right. So the guys that were already right could firm up a little bit longer. You got more guys playing that track area, and that thing's going to get really interesting. And I think on the right-handed side, I think it's going to lead to Mike Vanderbrugge's advantage.
And currently we have 6 right-handers and 2 left-handers, correct?
Yep.
And I say currently because, there could be another bowler coming. Right?
Go down here. They got started a little bit earlier, Shaw and Crocker. And it's kind of throwing me because they're not flip-flopping arrows. So sometimes they're starting on the left and going to the right. So I'm thinking they're finishing up theirs and they go to the right side.
I want to bring this up because, as most people already knew, there are more than one Crockers.
Yep.
Okay?
And actually his brother, John, won the tournament here in October.
Yeah, John has bowled very well this year also. But I did not know that there was another Crocker. And he looked exactly like him. And I learned it last year, Ryan. I had no idea. And I let Richard bowl to the right of me, and I was standing there waiting, and I was like, oh, why did he not go? I told him to go, and I looked up, and I looked around, I was like, there's 2 of them.
Holy hell.
I had no idea. Everybody else in the senior
Were they
bowling world,
offended?
They were not.
Okay.
They were not.
Well, then it's all good.
Not one iota. Richard also, I believe, is being inducted in the one of the Hall of Fames there in Kansas. Is
Really?
it just the Y John?
Or the Kansas USBC?
Actually, I'm not sure.
I may be broadcasting the Kansas USBC Hall of Fame. I'm not sure yet.
Let's do some Facebook stalking.
Uh-oh.
I believe Becky posted something about this. Let's take a peek.
Richard walks up in the 8th, working on a 3-bagger, make that 4 in the 8th, as he has 76 in the 4th, 80 in the 4th on a 3-bagger for John Shaw. So Richard Crocker has not had any very easy matches right now so
No,
far.
He's come through in the 10th frame both games, which has been crucial. That's 70 to 80 pins between the two games. And we do have an update on Mr. Crocker. He is being inducted in the Kansas State USBC Hall of Fame.
He'll be down in. They're doing that in Mulvane, the second weekend of June, I believe. So we're trying to put a few things together to possibly be broadcasting that one,
Oh, that's
which would be
that's
fun.
great.
We're not sure yet. We're waiting to get stuff finalized. I will be broadcasting the women's queen, the Kansas Queens, at Mission Bowl in Olathe, the first weekend of June, and possibility we're trying to get them to move the Masters, because they're doing the Senior Masters the same weekend that we will be at Sterling in Sugar Creek, because there's a lot of guys that want to bowl that bowl in this. So
All right, Ryan, back to the actual bowling on the lanes here. I want to give you some props here, because I've watched 2 or 3 balls here go right off people's hands, and when they start to make the turn, they're not turning quite as hard as they normally do here.
now
We'll
they're
just say that. And
burning up early.
It's definitely affecting the carry currently.
So 5-bagger for Shaw, as Richard Crocker needs to strike to stay down 4. And I have to apologize to the Twins, because for the longest time I called him Croker.
On purpose,
And
or?
no. He just, but I was calling Daryl Dressler.
He gets that a lot.
I said, well, talk to your parents. They're the one that gave you the strange last name. I mean, I didn't have a problem with Daryl.
Thursday night here, Zach Cothran had a nice 300, and they announced it as Zach Calhoun.
Calhoun.
So we all started calling him
Calhoun. Ask Dan how you pronounce Jerry Wiesendanger's name.
He didn't even try.
It's like it's not
Doug-
that hard.
Doug
Wiesendanger. Wiesendanger.
Yeah, I don't think those are
Wiesendanger.
Wiesendanger.
Trust me.
It's pretty good, actually.
Back in the day, that's who he was. Oh, gets the swisher for Crocker in the 10th. So that's his first ball in the 10th.
He's on his way to striking out 3 straight games and possibly winning all 3 by doing that.
So 256 possibility. Guess I should check the YouTube and see if we have any more messages. No more messages. Send us a message.
I just shared this on my wall on the Bowler Show wall.
Yeah, and
so
I need
hopefully we'll
to-
get some.
I need to go out to my phone and get it posted. Week 10 for Crocker. So John Shaw's going to walk up in the 10th and need the first one, as Crocker's going to go 240. Wow, that's a slow roller for Steve Slocum. I'm surprised he has not changed balls yet. He threw the absolute
He's an absolute guy.
and loves it.
Yeah.
Oh, 244. We'll check that. Yeah, 244 for Crocker. So Shaw needs the first one in the 10th.
And then 5 more.
Let's worry about the first one.
You think he can handle the
I'd-
15 that he needs after that?
I'm not worried on that one now.
All right, 23 and 24 is picking up now. Both Kevin Mason and Mike Vonderbrugge have found the line. And as I say that, Vonderbrugge goes through the nose.
He goes.
I believe Mr.
So we have-
Shaw threw the first one. Is that
So we
correct?
have ZDB and VDB. Why not?
No CDB
No?
or CBD that I know of. All right, Ryan, you put the onus on Mr. Shaw here.
I did,
He got
didn't I?
You got the first one. Now, if he goes
Now the pressure's
5
on.
and 5 and 3, we're going to bring that back to you. Because, nobody's ever choked in the 10th frame without
No.
a black cloud.
No, not when they need 5.
And that That looks like more than 5.
Did you see what stood?
That's a 5.9 there, Captain.
And it just spins going off the back of the deck.
Well, he's going to pick up 110. That's even today. That's a good.
That's
game.
good in the market sense.
No doubt.
Well, you take a look at what points is doing, and we'll switch over to that here in a second. Ooh. Yeah, Steve's having a little bit of carry issues right now. So Shaw goes flush for 260. So that's going to be a good one for him.
Let's go ahead and put him up to 705 plus. Steve points. A close match here right now.
And what does that put Crocker at?
Crocker is at 627 now. If that's 244 that I can see from here.
Yep, it is. That's going to be his first loss of the day.
All right, the match on 23 and 24. Kevin Mason, 9 out, 7-bagger.
That
Can go 258.
decided I was going to show up this game.
Mike Vonderberg, you threw that one out and split. And he is going to lose that match now to Kevin. Barring a double gutter.
Well, you said it, not me. But I told you Kevin Mason's going to be the silent assassin. He can just he matches me like Rafe Terry. Rafe Terry, quiet, unassuming, Clark Kinnish, and
Unknown fact about Rafe Terry, or at least maybe it's unknown to me and not to you. Rafe Terry has made 72 step ladders and never won any tournament as far as the Northwest Bowlers, Missouri.
72.
That might be embellishing.
That might be embellishing a little bit. Yes.
But he has made.
I can't beat him.
Countless.
I've met him 3 times and I haven't beat him yet.
Wow. My kryptonite was Julius Mikel, or Mickle for some of you, and Gary Timberlake. I lost to both of them twice in step ladders.
My toughest loss when I made match play. 234 for Slocum. I was bowling Mark Martin in El Dorado, and I think it was like 58 to 54. I needed a double to shut him out, and I walk up in the 11th, and I took just a pinch of speed off when I go 4-pin, and he goes on and wins the tournament. That's the closest I've gotten.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. My closest is a third, and that was nearly a decade ago. So,
my best is third, and I've had third place I don't know how many times. It's like, well, all right. Steve Point's actually lofted that one a little bit, so he's finding a little carry issue.
all right, they're going into the 10th. Steve can go 33, and David Moorhead has 45 left. So,
And Slocum's going to win this one. Leibel can only go 2-teen. Looks like Leibel's kind of slowed it down a little bit, try to get the ball to finish up.
yeah, he doesn't want to go too slow, or it's liable to go high. Been saving that one. There's an awkward silence in the booth here.
Do me a favor. Save it.
Stick to your day job.
Save it. All I could do is just sit there and go, wow.
You knew what you were getting. It's all part of the.
Yeah,
it's in the Dave brochure.
I wasn't even the one. I wasn't even the one that asked you here, so I have to deal with it anyway. Who's the tournament director?
This is your deal. You could say no. As you know, this is not necessarily the top of the morning for me. So,
Hey, we got to have fun, right?
Exactly.
So 217 for Leibel, 234 for Slocum with the win. And we'll switch this over a little bit further for.
I like the technical aspects of your setup here. You take a pencil and move the camera.
Hey, do what you got to do.
That is high tech stuff there.
So Leibel is at what right now?
I got Brandon Leibel at 459, 217 and a loss.
And he's going to be 1-3. And Slocum is at.
Slocum's at 598. And it appears that Steve Points has 200 even, and that's going to take him out of the lead.
Holy moly. And Slocum is going to be 1. Or check that.
I got him at 598.
At 1. Points is at 695. That's going to be his first loss.
Kevin Mason unofficially at 538. Looks like 34 and a win. Last but not least, David Moorhead with 221. He is going to pick up the victory there. Move up a few sticks. And it looks like John Shaw has moved up from 3rd to 1st that game, making a big move. All right, Ryan, we do have a question in here. It's not in YouTube, but to my phone.
Okay.
One of the shorter bowlers in our senior tournaments here, Joe Bush, wants to know a little more about this tournament at Sterling in June. He knows nothing about. You were saying something
in September?
In June, I thought.
No, September.
Okay.
No, the one in September is the same time that Kansas is doing their Masters.
Oh, okay.
And they're going to have a seniors master the same weekend. So I'm trying to get a hold of Mike Long and say, hey, probably get a few more entries if you move it back or up a week. So could be a scheduling deal.
Okay, well, Joe must have misheard the dates there.
Well, it's that Jayhawk in him, you know. So Vanderbrugge.
Bowling his good friend Mr. Crocker in this game.
Moorhead won that one. That's his first one.
Dynamite drop in there.
Well, you know, now to get everything set up, and hopefully it's
For you major league fans out there.
let's see. Actually, I do have VDB on the scroll because I have it here, and I copy and
You sure
paste
you want to
it.
announce that on the stream?
Why did I pick the mic?
Should we go to a break in between every game? All right, Ryan is going to take a mini break here to update the scores on his computer. We'll get you going here on the matches. 17 and 18, Steve Points is up against Brandon Leibel. 19 and 20, Richard Crocker and Mike Vanderbrugge. 21 and 22, Kevin Mason and John Shaw. 23 and 24, Steve Slocum and David Moorhead. And I'm going to go ahead and run through the official updated scores by my calculations. And as we said, John Shaw has vaulted from third and into the lead, plus 705. Steve Points drops to second, plus 695. Richard Crocker moving up to third, plus 627. Mike Vonderburgie fourth, fifth, plus 615. Steve Slocum staying in fifth at plus 598. Kevin Mason plus 538 in sixth. Brandon Leibel in seventh, plus 459. And David Moorhead in eighth, plus 414. And that puts us at the halfway point here. And we're going to officialize those scores here now with Tournament Director Dan Schmierbach coming by. And I am going to have to do some re-adding myself here. Didn't we have John Shaw at 260? Oh, I see what I did. Okay, John Shaw did not, man. That's why these are unofficial. That's why we unofficialize these. Okay, we had John Shaw at 595 going in. They should have picked up, yeah, there we go. I can not carry the knot. John Shaw is actually in second, 10 pins behind Steve Points at plus 685, so not a big deal right now. The cut to the step ladder is plus 598. Kevin Mason in sixth is 60 pins back. Brandon Leibel in seventh, 139 back. And David Moorhead is eighth, currently 174 out. I don't know if I'd say that's insurmountable. He's going to have to have four giant games and four wins probably. And that is possible out here. And we have seen David do that. But currently, right now, our number actually is plus 598, Ryan. So I think we can get an idea here of where we're going to need to get to the show after 12 games and 4 games of match play with some bonus pins in there. So we'll get you an update here, and I'll make a crazy prediction on where that top 5 is going to drop.
And there we have the updated post scrolling across the top. And kind of double checking my own. That's why I need a secretary. I am not the best typer in the world. Get this switched over. Do the other side a little bit. Yeah, we'll go ahead and leave it there for a little bit. This is where you're probably going to see the transition really taking effect. A lot more guys. Well, a lot of guys playing the track area, but you don't have as many as the left to right guys. maybe pushing a little bit down that side. There is one thing I am going to have to get here in a little bit is I'm going to have to get me some tacos. And if I get some tacos, yeah, you're not going to hear me talk for a while, which probably leads to a lot of people going, go get some tacos.
Taco time. I heard the mini tacos are very good here.
I'll take their regular tacos. The shells are nice and thin, crisp, and yeah. They put meat in it. They put meat in the taco, which is a concept that a lot of places don't have.
Boy, if you really want to get off on a tangent, that's one of my beefs.
But
yeah. I could go on a long Taco Bell rant here, but people probably tuned in to watch the bowling and hear some.
this is not Food Central, but we've talked tacos and hot dogs.
We have. I don't think you probably talked about that until I got in the booth.
Yeah. Well, I knew the hot dogs was coming up. That was already.
But that
That was a foregone conclusion.
All right. Well, I believe there's some matches going on here, and Richard Crocker now has the front six.
That's like me doing a high school football, and we get on a tangent about barbecue.
Well, I've told this story a million times. I'll try to make this as short as I can, but I was doing an extra frame event with the PBA with Craig Elliott.
Yep.
And we were in hour 30 of 33, literally, at the Lucy Bonneau. And, you know, how many times you can describe a flat 10 and this group's doing this.
Yeah.
So we got off on bowling in the Olympics, and we started talking about ping pong being there and some other stuff.
Yeah.
And a PBA extra frame subscriber called the bowling alley and requested that we stop talking about ping pong.
God. If that's a sign that if you do not have a life and you're calling a bowling alley about the announcers talking about ping pong, that would do it.
It was related to the Olympics, so it wasn't like we were.
We're trying to help the sport, for God's sakes.
Exactly.
Richard Crocker right now has the front six, which that would really bolster him up as he's 60, about 50 some, 58 out. My math right? 68.
Out of the lead?
Yep.
Yes. 68 is correct. We're gonna have Steve Slocum stay afterwards and shoot spares. He's striking as much as everybody else, but he's having a few miscues on his spares.
And I remembered why it's one reason for him that it's hard to get that absolute out of his hand is he said he's thrown like 3 or 4 300. Was that the 15710 that Shaw had for a little bit?
5, 6, 7, 10 probably.
Okay. But Slocum said he shot like
Pins are still falling on
they're
that
still
lane.
falling. But Slocum said he shot like 3, 4, 5 300s with that ball. And you get a ball that's like that, that's hard to pull it out of your hand.
Yeah, and it's not a crazy hooking ball or you know, a ball that's for really dry lanes, so he can use it a lot of times.
I got rid of mine because I had a pin down layout, but it wasn't my typical pin down, so I probably need to get another one and get back to my normal stuff.
Overall, this game, the scoring pace has picked up. Steve Slocum on cue has missed another makeable spare in the 3-6-10.
Yeah, that's when that frustration starts coming in.
Front 5, miss. Cannot have too many of those in this field. Calvin Mason leaving the 8-pin.
Now he's pointing at Daryl.
Blaming somebody in the crowd here.
Daryl and Freister. Slocum needs to get that ball out of his hand.
All right, I'll run down and tell him right now.
I mean, he knows more of what's going on than I do, but just looking at his reaction and what the scoring pace way it is, that's not the ball for him right now. And I remember that I remember hearing Parker Bone talk a while back. And someone asked me, how do you know when the ball that you have in your hand isn't the right one? He goes, when you feel good about what you're doing and you're not gaining, it's not the right ball. Crocker with the front 7. Could we have John Crocker win the October tournament and then Richard Crocker winning the end of the year? Huh? Oh, I see what happened. We've reached the 100. Yeah, I'm not sure why. I'm trying to get. OBS only allows you 100 characters on a scroll, and evidently we've hit the maximum.
You want to change him to VDB?
I did.
Oh, you did?
I did. It still didn't help.
All right, Brandon Leibel, front 7, right next door. So the pace is picking up here in Game 5.
He needs that. So I'm trying to get enough so we can get Moorhead in. That was the only thing I was worried about.
Speaking of David Moorhead, he can go 259 going into the 10th frame. Steven Slocum, with a couple of misses there, can go 236, I believe.
Well, this one game could throw Leibel right back into the mix. I mean, he's sitting. Where'd my sheet go? Yeah, there it is. 'Cause he's setting 459. Yeah, he needs it. He's 150 off the cut right now.
Are you going to say it, or am I liable to move up?
I wasn't gonna say a word.
There's too many ways to go with that one.
Yep.
I'll try to save one more for later. How about that? That way you can
In fact,
be safe for a while.
I hate to do this, but with all due respect to David Moorhead, I'm going to take him off of this because it just looks silly. With the way he's been going today, he'll probably say thank you.
He doesn't mind.
I know I wouldn't.
All right. Steve Slocum's going to make David show up in the 10th at least. He's going
Let me slide this
236.
over a little bit. We can actually watch both Brandon and Richard. Richard with the front 8, Brandon with the front 7. Now here's the one thing. Steven Slocum is already done, and he goes 235. So that's 100 pins. So that throws him. You know, if Brandon with the front 8, if he would happen to do that, that literally throws him right back into. That's because I was going to look over and see what Slocum was doing.
Steve at plus 633 if Brandon Leibel finishes out his game. As Crocker gets the 10th.
And I punched up a Summit Peak that Crocker's throwing.
Brandon can get to 589 and move to within 44 pins of the show. But we also have Kevin Mason. He strikes here, can go
220. Or you can go 236
even. His match is still up for grabs. Brandon Leibel on setting 17.
Big shot for Brandon. Crocker with the front 10.
That's high.
That was looking good for a little bit. He might have gotten a little bit soft on that.
As soon as you announced Crocker with the front 10, I felt the black cloud coming in,
Announcer's jinx.
hovering over us.
I waited till it.
You gave him the 10th?
Well, I mean, I mentioned it a couple times, but I didn't.
Yeah, we could have one of the rare 284 moments here.
Yeah.
But that is still going to move Richard up 114 pins.
Do you get many women bowling the tour? Yeah, we get some coming in.
That's
Hey,
my beef.
we have a Mark Birkenbein sighting.
I thought Mark might like that one.
Yeah, Jamie, we get some women that bowl periodically, and actually have with a number of, with so many women that bowl it, there's a check for the highest, women qualifier that doesn't make, that doesn't non-casher.
Yeah, that
How much
came-
more do you abbreviate when their plus numbers get in the bolded? In the 4 digits. Well, yeah, when you get too many ties, that's what happens. I knew there would have to be a Birkenbein sighting at some place.
And I knew he'd like the "that's my beef" comment earlier.
Yeah.
Jamie Weber also bowls our tournaments, Ryan, the Kansas City tournaments. And as soon as
needs to
she
come out and
turns
bowl.
50, she can start
Come on
bowling
out.
these.
Oh, yeah. I think there needs to be 3, I believe. So Steve Points on a spare will go 220 with a 300 being shot at him. And Mike Vandenberge will go 210 after the 284 by Richard Crocker. Let's see, Shaw, 238. Oh, he can go 248 with his first strike. So he's going to come up with the win against Kevin Mason. And Kevin Moorhead with a 259 win over 236 over Steve Slocum. So as they say, business is about to pick up.
Yeah, Game 5 is producing much higher scores. We're diligently working on the scores here. We'll cut over to Brandon Leibel here momentarily.
Crocker bowled Vandenberge. Shaw's going to get the win over Mason.
It's going to pick up 78 pins, unofficially puts him at 763 by my account. Richard Crocker moving up to 741. So
How did I?
Steve Points actually will drop this game. Unless I goofed up again here. Looks like he might drop to 3rd.
I think I got all that updated.
And no announcer
Wow.
jinx this time.
Still going to be a big help to him, but that's going to make him need, excuse me, that's going to make him need another big game.
That is going to move him, according to my figures, up to 65 pins out of the show.
He'll take it compared to where he has been. He's 2 and 3 in the win-loss column. Wow, nice place for it. 277 for Brandon Leibel, so that's going to be big. I'll do some.
See if you can read my scribbling there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was looking at. I was like, okay, where are we going with this?
The far right scores. We're moving right along here. We're heading into Game 6. This is not taking very long today.
Should that be, that should be, huh?
Did Mike have 216 and a loss? Is that correct?
Yeah. I want to start working on this a little bit. Nah, that can't be right. Yeah.
It probably is.
No, it probably is. I was talking about what I was thinking.
All right, while Ryan's compiling these scores here for the Game 6, I'm going to get you updated on who is where. 17 and 18, Steven Slocum is bowling John Shaw. 19 and 20, Kevin Mason bowling David Moorhead. 21 and 22, Mike Vonderburgi is bowling Steve Points. And 23 and 24, John Cracker and Brandon Liable.
You can have the official camera changer,
All right,
camera mover,
where are we going here?
wherever you want.
Oh, okay. Well, for right now, we're in Game 1, so we're going to kind of stick right where we're at here.
Shaw is 16.
I'm liable to knock this thing over. And no, that was another liable drop in.
You can't help yourself.
That one was just. I was just using the word correctly that time.
Okay.
That doesn't count.
What the heck?
It's a neat little format, though. I like it.
Yeah.
And then the guys who bowled very well yesterday, I believe right around 320-ish for 8 games to make the cut to today. So of course that's 240 average. And they're going to get rewarded today. 5 of these 8 guys are going to be in the step ladder.
Man is quick, isn't he? Why do I even try to do
He's
it?
quicker with the scores than that guy who works for Kansas City Tournaments. I know that.
You mean the guy that can't finish the salad?
He's I
How's he
gotta tell
doing?
you, I gotta give you an update on that. That is no longer a thing.
I'll just say, is he doing better with that?
He is doing much better with that.
Shot 763. Pepper 741. Point 722. And there we have the updated posted. And I'm sure if I have any imperfection on that, a good friend of mine will let me know. Video is getting glitchy, not complaining, just letting you know. Yeah, it's the internet signal isn't the best here, so we have to, we're using my phone, the hotspot on my phone, in order to get service, and I have my phone sitting out by the window. So yeah, it's Jimmy Weber. My goal is to bowl in a few of these tourist stops this coming season. We'll need either pre or post bowl for a Sunday league. Yeah, come down with Julius. I'm sure he's got all that worked out. I do the same thing. I bowl Sunday nights, and when I bowl, I just either pre-bowl or don't bowl, one of the two. So we'll kind of swing over this way a little bit. In fact, I'm going to need to get me some tacos here pretty soon. In fact, I'm going to go check on my phone here real quick, and we'll be right back. Tacos are ordered. And he's not even listening to me. He's busy talking to Dan. So right now, man, Kevin Mason with a spare. And the next 6 on 19 and 20. And we'll switch over. Switch over here also with John Shaw on 17-18 with a strike spare at the next 6. I figured I'd go ahead and give you that one, so that way we don't have to double up on the hieroglyphics over here.
Go ahead and turn on the microphone here.
Yeah,
So,
and I do have my tacos ordered.
all right, you let me know when.
Oh, you'll know. Lettuce be flying and cheese be flying and chips and meat will be flying.
Thought you were talking about the aftermath.
Their tacos are the kind that you just take the tacos, crumble them up in a bowl, and just put sauce on it. You're good. It's that kind.
All right, we're moving right along. Game 6 of the 2024 Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Senior Invitational. As
Mark wants to know, he goes, if I start bowling, can I get a medical exemption on the dress code?
good question.
Mark, never change, dude.
We got a couple of matches here already in the 9th frame. As you and I were off air momentarily doing some things.
Yeah, John Shaw going to 280 with the lead. Or no, check that. With the lead. I'm looking at the wrong updated, that one there. So he's 22 up on Richard Crocker. 280 would be a nice 110 addition.
Richard Crocker on 23 and 24 in a tight match, lower scoring match currently. So John could put some distance between himself and second place. And as I say that, he throws the first one in the 10th. Ryan is
Salivating.
somewhere underneath all those ingredients or tacos. You weren't kidding; those are loaded.
I'm telling you. Taco Bell, take note.
We're calling them out here live on the air.
Just trying to figure out.
Taco Bell, not a sponsor currently.
Well, there might be a reason for that.
You want to hear my biggest beef?
Talk to me.
When they goof up your order, which happens occasionally, or
It's gonna happen.
maybe more than occasionally, because a lot of people get stuff with stuff that's not on there. I think that when they goof it up, that when they make it the second time, they should load it up. Usually they do just the opposite.
Make the customer happy.
That is a pet peeve of mine. They feel like
And sometimes they put less
that's what I'm saying.
the second time.
They're like, okay, you
Really?
didn't want your lettuce on there. We'll give you less of everything.
You don't want to be that gal in the booth that complained about the food and they took it back and they altered it just a little bit.
Yeah,
That's what I worry about.
I do. I worry about that also.
So
All right.
if your waitress goes back with your food into the kitchen,
Bad sign.
nothing good ever happens from that.
All right, a bad sign for the field is our leaders just shot
280.
And obviously is going to come away with the victory.
He's gone 260, 248, 280, so he's gone 750.
I was going to say, that sounds
Or
more
790,
like,
yeah. Yeah, my bad. That works out pretty well when you're in a round-robin match play.
And Steve Slocum taking the brunt of John Shaw's 280. Steve right on the edge of the
Steve
show
has
right
taken
now.
Steve has taken the blunt of a lot of shots.
Just took
And
the
on that
brunt of
note,
one.
I think it's time to change the camera over. I don't have the. It's like it moved over.
Probably
There we
got
go.
bumped here. You do
Go
it.
ahead.
You're the official.
Well, you
tell
got
me,
the-
tell me when.
You got the screen right over here. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There you go.
All right, Steve Slocum ending up with 187. He's going to drop 13 pins to plus 620. It's going to hurt him a bit here because he was fourth. And only 70 pins ahead of seventh of Brandon Leibel. And just throwing a shot on 23 right now, striking. He can go 230, and so can Richard Crocker. Both working on a four-bagger right now with 86 and 89 in the fifth frame. And we're going to, boy, no kid, should get the camera on those. Gladstone Bowl, also a sponsor of the tour here. The match right in front of us, Steve Points was working on 79. Now he's working on 258. Mike Vonderberg, you're working on 257. Back to Brandon Leibel, big shot in the 10th frame. Got it. He is the one working on 236 right now, so we've got that match in the corner of your screen on the right-hand side. Kevin Mason kicking out the 10. Can only go 2-teen. And is not going to get the victory. David Moorhead for 248. The win is going to move up 78 pins. Brandon Leibel got the second one, so he's going to force John Crocker to double at least here and get a little bit of count. Brady flat 10 brings him down to 236 max. Leibel finishes out 236. Richard Crocker going to need double and 8. Seems like Richard Crocker almost every game today has come up in the 10th with a chance to win. Very close match. Every one, at least 4 of the 5 before this. Kevin Mason in with 216. Richard Crocker's got the first. Needs one more and 8 for the victory.
Have I told you how good these tacos are?
I believe you mentioned that. You should. I think you should take that last one before you inhale it and put it on the camera for everyone to see.
Wow. It's a beautiful thing. It's
So, can I get that in front of the camera?
It's an absolute beautiful. If I bowled league here, I would get here a half hour early just to get like 3 or 4 tacos.
Oh, Richard Crocker, solid 10. That's going to cost him the win. He's going to shoot 228 with a loss. That is going to put him at 769. We're going to go give him the cover of the 10 pin there.
How do you like my TikTok purchase?
Oh, what do you mean your purchase? That's
Our Zopa screen.
I like it.
I'll tell you what, that's the best $60 I ever spent.
That's good. That's a really, really neat feature you've got going there.
It's like 100 and, what do they say, 140 hertz refresh?
I have no idea.
Yeah, no, I'm letting you know.
Oh, okay.
That neighborhood.
I I am unfamiliar.
And they're
with
advertising a
technical stuff.
17-inch in that also.
Really? All right, let's get these officially updated. We still got one match going on here in front of us. Steve Points just needs 19, I believe, here.
Yeah, you can
We'll get him the victory.
punch out for 58, which is went through a little bit of a lull where the scores kind of went down, and then guys started readjusting themselves, and you kind of see Points has kind of moved in a little bit and started lofting the ball a little bit.
So we got Brandon Leibel picking up 66.
So Vanderbrugge can shoot 236 and lose 50 pins. That's the glorious thing about match play.
And those bonus pins matter so much. When you get to the end of the day, how many times have you looked at an updated standing sheet and see one guy with the same amount of pins as another, and he's 120 back because of the wins and
Yeah.
losses?
He's averaging the same, but he's getting a bad draw on the opponents.
All right, we're going to go ahead and give Steve Points 88 points here. We're going to assume the field ball strike. Vanderbrugge. Looks like Brandon Leibel's made a good move here in the last couple of games. Obviously with the last game, 277. And this game with 236, I believe. He is going to move into just a few pins behind the show, if not into the show here.
Yeah, and Points has put himself just a few pins behind Shaw now. And Crocker falls down to third. But yeah,
For the top-
Leibel's come back pretty strong. He's kind of doing what he did yesterday.
Now, Ryan, when you look at these scores right now, the top three are kind of separating themselves here from the rest of the field here with
Yeah.
2 games to go. I wouldn't say they're locked in yet.
No, but if
John
they just
Shaw and
hold
Steve
a status
Points,
quo.
I would go ahead and lock John Shaw and Steve Points in there at 873 and 810.
Well, the two lefties,
You said that.
I did.
Richard Crocker in third right now at 769. Still got a little work to do, but he should be safe also.
Yeah, asked David Axum what he thinks about lefties from Omaha.
I'll let you do that.
Actually,
Somebody going for your
you
taco
wanna
right
take
now.
that? I'm gonna put it over there by that bag.
By your box.
Yeah.
You don't need this?
No.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right.
So there we are, 6 games in. This thing's going kind of quick.
It is going quick, and just by my math right now, Brandon Leibel has vaulted into the show right now. Steven Slocum has
Look at him go.
slid down 12 pins outside the show, and Kevin Mason 41 back. Actually, Ryan, when you look at these scores here, all of a sudden we kind of counted some of these guys out.
Yeah.
All of a sudden they are moving up here, where they're getting
And
to.
Moorhead's trying to do something here.
Here's your show right here at 632 is 5th. So we've got
And Moorhead's only
yeah.
50 out.
Yeah, all of a sudden, the race for the show, the top 3 are kind of pulling away, but the race for the show has gotten crazy here. We've got 90 pins separating 5 bowlers.
So what you're saying, there's a
Saying there's a chance.
there, one in a million.
I read you.
That's what she keeps telling me. I keep believing her.
I read you. What was all that 1 in a million talk? Most people can know the lines we're spouting from which movie. As Ryan takes a moment to stuff his face a little more. I'm going to go ahead and give you updated scores after Game 6 here. These are unofficial, but they're basically official. John Shaw retains the lead at plus 873. Steve Points is going to move into second place at plus 810. Richard Crocker plus 769. And then there's a good gap down to fourth. Mike Vanderbrugge at 667. Holding that last spot in the show right now, Brandon Leibel has moved up to plus 632, and he is in fifth. Steven Slocum has slid to sixth, just 12 pins back of the show. Kevin Mason plus 580. I'm sorry, David Moorhead plus 581, and Kevin Mason plus 579. Everybody still in contention here. Eight bowlers, and all eight still in contention to make the show. So, especially spots 4 through 8 right now, fighting for 2 spots for 4th and 5th, more than likely, with Shaw, Crocker, and Points kind of pulling away from the field. Brought along my daughter Gabrielle today, who is a fixture in any bowling alley that I'm in. If I'm here, she's here.
Yeah, there she is.
Should I put her on the mic? She's probably better than I am, right?
Better than me. I'm too busy stuffing my face with tacos. Golly.
I had the biscuits and gravy, but I'm not going to rule out tacos on the way out of here.
Ooh. That's a good back-to-back breakfast and lunch.
All right, let's get Game 7 lineups here out.
So that 873?
873 is
Wow.
John Shaw is pulling away a little bit here. On 17 and 18, Brandon Leibel and Mike Vanderbrugge. 19 and 20, Richard Crocker and Steve Points. 21 and 22, Steven Slocum and Kevin Mason. And 23 and 24, John Shaw and David Moorhead. And Dan Schmierbach has dropped in the official scores here, so we're going to double check those just by looking at the first 3 or 4. I believe I've got everything right this time. So we had a dogfight here. We weren't sure this was going to happen, right? It kind of looked like it 7th and 8th weren't going to be in the mix here a couple of games ago. All of a sudden, everybody's in the mix. All right, since we've got a lull here, we'll let Gabby say hi to the fans.
Hi, fan.
Pull the mic back real quick. She's liable to say anything.
She'll take off with it.
YouTube, no FCC regulations, correct, Ryan?
No.
Okay. Want to double check before.
We fear nobody.
Say what we want with impunity is what I'm reading. Yeah. It's a high-paying job, though. We got to be careful what we say, right? So we want to respect that aspect. After this game, they're going to compile the scores, and we'll have a position round. And then Ryan, here in a minute, when he gets done with his scores, I'll have him let you know what they're going to do with the position round and with the. He's still not sure, and with the top 5 step ladder where that's going to be at. Little Birdie says 19 and 20.
All right. Hopefully I got that one right. I didn't put Kevin Mason in because we had the short, but Kevin Mason's only 2 pins behind David Moorhead. So, yeah, this thing is kind of. And I'll tell you what's kind of interesting. You take a look at Sean shoots 270, 220 and loses, but he goes 230, 260, 240, 280 with the 4 wins. So. And the other thing that's kind of interesting, Mike Vanderbrugge has 2 wins, a tie, and 4 losses, but yet he's still pretty solidly in. And that's what kind of makes it interesting taking a look at this.
Yeah, and as we said, at 6:32 right now in 5th place, Brandon Leibel is inside the show, but he has 3 guys that are within 53 pins.
They're all within earshot.
Everybody can still make this show right now. And two or three games ago, we were kind of almost ruling out a couple of guys, and they have made moves, and their counterparts have slid down a little bit also. So it's jamming together.
Mike Vanderbrugge switched over to the new the road, and he's really slow rolling it a little bit. And I kind of want to get everyone in here, but Mike Vanderbrugge has the front 5 on 19 and 20. Heck yeah, they were making really good time on this. I actually thought we would be later than this.
20 minutes a game pretty much so far. And a lot of strikes. That doesn't hurt either.
No, it doesn't. Does Mike Vanderbrugge ever show any emotion?
I've seen him throw a chair once. No.
Really?
Oh.
Whoa.
That might have been me.
Yes. the elusive 5-7-10 for a split second for Steve Slocum.
That looked like Kevin Mason threw the ball.
Boy. I didn't
And then
want
a
to
Kevin Mason jolt and being thrown out.
Peanut Gallery is alive today. Actually, Ryan, a lot of other seniors who didn't make the cut here supporting this tournament, watching.
Yeah.
Probably at least a half a dozen, if not more, guys stuck around to watch.
Slide this over just a little bit. Well, I don't know. We'll keep it over here. The guys on the right are close to being done.
All right, Crocker with the front 7 now. Best part about Crocker's game to me.
David Axon chimes in. Hey there. I love the lefties. Every team needs 1 or 2. We actually, a couple of years ago, and last time in Vegas, our companion team were all lefties. And I'm sitting there going, guys, that's what we need. They don't mess with us. We don't mess with them. Everyone stayed on their own side.
There. Yeah. By the end, you were laying it down where they were.
Actually, I was still right at 15.
Oh, wow.
If I can keep it in front of me, I'm good with that.
Kevin Mason stuffing one there to quiet the crowd a little bit.
Jamie Weber says, hi, Gabby.
Gabby says hi back. All right, Ryan, let's we're getting into the 6th and 7th. Actually, all these matches are about the same distance along here, so we're gonna try to keep you updated on each one. These are all crucial matches right now. As we said, all 8 bowlers still in contention to making the show.
And I'm just kind of looking at numbers right now. Yeah, we could still have a big shakeup, even in the top 3.
Well, let's start at the top right now. John Shaw on 23 and 24 is bowling David Moorhead, and he's got 11 pin deficit right now. Looks like his max is 247. Steve Points is up on lane 20. He is right behind John by 60 pins, and he is working on 250. I'm sorry, 269, but he is in arrears by 41 currently.
Crocker walks up with the front 7.
And both Steve and Richard are pretty much locked into the show, especially with these scores that they're putting on this game.
And I will let everyone know, watching the live, this is being recorded so that either today when I get home or tomorrow I will reload the recorded version so we don't have the lags that we do. Oh! Talk about the slow tip.
And I don't know if you saw the previous shot, Ryan, but that was almost a carbon copy.
I did not see the last one.
Richard is very adept at sliding the 5 over into the 7. And it was so late this time, the scoreboard didn't even catch it. Best part of Richard Crocker's game is like the worst part of his game. He falls off every shot, but he falls off in the exact same spot every shot.
He does.
Keeps the ball online. And as we said, he's being inducted into the Kansas USBC Hall of Fame for a reason.
Remind me after this game when we have the standings and everyone getting set for the position round. We got a bunch of sponsors need to talk about. Wow, that was a nice solid one.
A handy dandy list here waiting
Oh,
for
you
that
do have
spot
your
for
list. I look at the signage.
I can't see that far.
That age thing's catching up to you pretty worse than it is me.
I'm watching this Kevin Mason, Steve Slocum match here. This could determine a lot. These guys are just outside the show. Kevin Mason, that looks like it was rolling high, but it did not. He can go 69.
Mason's ball never rolls high unless it hits about 30 feet and goes left. If it gets to about 30 feet, it's online.
You have a good idea where Kevin's ball is going to end up usually. He's throwing 8 of 9 right now at a crucial time for him. And Mike Vanderbrugge and Brandon Leibel are 4th and 5th right now, so another crucial match. This is getting kind of fun, Ryan. We weren't sure it was how it was gonna turn out, but
it made a turn, didn't it?
It did. And Steve Slocum strikes in the 9th, can go 248. He's going to need all of that more than likely against Kevin.
Well, and Points needs to keep going with what Crocker's doing. And Brandon Leibel trying to make a run, keep himself in the match. Moorhead just folded the 7-10 to the right.
He's going to take a 12-pin lead into the 10th frame. Both guys working on strikes.
Actually, you know what? If we could, let me see if we can just, if we can do the championship on 21-22, just slide the camera over, might be easier. That hurt.
Slocum is going to lose this match.
Yeah, that's a bad 10-pin for him right there.
Yeah, that was a big shot. If he finishes out here for
28.
28, go ahead and pencil him in for that. And we'll see where that puts him. 648, unofficial. Very unofficial since he hasn't finished the game. And I don't really want to say it, but his 10-pin game hasn't been the greatest today so far.
No, and even he'll tell you that. So Points looking to punch out for 69. Vandenberge with a wrap 10, so that's going to, and with Leibel working on a double, that's going to help his cause a lot. Moorhead with a stone 9. Could use that second one on the 10, so instead of going 230, he's going to go 220.
And that potentially could cost him the match.
Yeah.
And a chance in the top 5. That he had a chance to move up on Steve and on Mike Vonderburg here.
That's a bad 9 pin and a bad 10 pin for Steve and Dave.
All right, Steve 269 here with the strike, and may not be enough. That's still good bowling. We'll pencil him in at 879, and we'll change that here. Something happens to Richard here on the front 9.
Slide that over and watch Richard in the 10th on the front 9.
As you said, Kevin Mason's ball refuses to go high. Got it in a little bit there, Ryan.
Bucket.
He got it in a little.
I think he missed the friction.
It's a big shot for second and third here. Richard has to make this now.
Yeah. His spin carry is getting quite interesting. Vandenberg, he just left another 10 pin.
And Kevin Mason, we're going to pencil him in at 269, picking up 99 pins.
I need someplace to put this.
Kevin was in 8th place going into this game here, and that might put him in. Put him into a possibility now, definitely, in the last game of making the show. Richard Crocker converts the bucket. Needs a 4 count here.
With a big save. That's that's a huge bucket.
No, that was a big pickup there. John Shaw has picked up his spare on 23 and 24, and he needs, I believe, 9. I can't see the count very
He
well.
goes week 10, so he's going to go 75.
Kevin Mason with the 5-10. Other guys are laughing here, but we've all been there.
Yeah.
That was your power ball. That's what I was talking about earlier. What's that? No hand?
Good thing we got that one on camera, Kevin.
Yeah.
Oh, and John gets just what he needed. Ryan, you got better eyes than I. That's 26 to 25, correct?
Looks like it. Just enough.
Just enough. And we got
So Brandon
Cracker, 105 pins for him. I've got Steve
Leibel
points.
can go 58. That would be huge for him. And the win, add 88 to it.
Moorhead had 25 and a loss, 616. He's going
88,
to
give him
drop down.
720 for Leibel on a punch if he punches out.
Yes, 720 is.
That'd walk him up into 4th, wouldn't it?
Yep. He's in much better shape than he was 3 or 4 games ago for sure.
He was hating life for a little bit.
He's loving it now. He's got the first one in the 10th. He's going to vault into 4th place and actually safely into 4th place for now.
So after we get done with this, going to take a timeout, get everything double checked, and we'll have the position round where the top 5 goes into the stepladder finals. In fact, I'll talk to Dan. Maybe we can have that on 21, 22, or let them decide either way. Just
How about 20 and 21? That's perfect.
hey,
They do it on tour.
they do it on the tour.
all the time. You see
What
guys
is
picking up their
that?
ball. It's just
I get it with the team, but what's that when they?
just camera position. Some centers, as you see,
Give me a
depends on.
break.
Yeah, you'd think there'd be ways around it. A lot of logistical problems. Leibel does look like he's going to pick up those 88 pins. We're going to add in those for plus 720 and moves into 4th place. Vonderburg is not even waiting. He is finishing this thing out.
And he's going to go 13 if he cheats.
Okay, I've got Kevin Mason moving into 5th place
Wow.
from 8th place. 1, 2, 3, and 4 unofficially here, Ryan.
That's huge.
Brandon Leibel has made a big move these last 4 games. And Steven and Mike Vonderburg.
He's going to go 57. So give him 719.
Get rid of one of those pins. And Vonderburg can get the
I do believe that's a
680.
ball change. We'll talk to Dan and figure out where we want who, what, where.
All right, Ryan, unofficially, and we'll double check this here in a moment. I've got John Shaw staying in first at plus 929. Steve Points at second, plus 879. So they will face each other in the match that could decide first place. Richard Crocker at 873 will be third. As we said, Brandon Liable moving all the way up to fourth with plus 719. Mike Vonderburgy dropping to fifth at plus 680. He is going to face Kevin Mason in the 5-6 match. Kevin Mason just 4 pins out of the show in sixth place. Stephen Slocum and David Moorhead will be in the 7-8 match at plus 648 and plus 616. And currently, let me double check this here. Actually, I've got Vonderburgy.
Crocker's 873.
I got Vonderburgy and Mason switched, but they're 5 and 6 anyway, so that doesn't really matter. Whoever wins the match. So right now, David Moorhead is in 8th, but he is 60 pins out, so potentially with a huge game could sneak in there. Stephen Slocum in 7th even at plus 648 is only 32 out of the show, so he can get in there also. So still anybody's ball game for those last 2 spots. And quite an exciting position round we've got up ahead of us.
Well, let's see here. Let's get with trying to figure out who we want to talk to while we're waiting on. In fact, I need to go find out. In fact, I need to go talk to Dan real quick and find out what we're going to do with the finals. I will be right back. just switched over. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to have the position round, and this is super, super tight, all positions. So right now in fifth on the cut is 680, and that's Mike Vanderbrugge. Kevin Mason is 673, and Steve Slocum, who has just had bad draws, bad breaks, is still in it at 648. John Shaw leading at 929 over, and he is 50 pins ahead of Steve Point. So those two are going to be matching each other. It's going to be Richard Crocker and Brandon Leibel. And Brandon is 160, just 154 behind Crocker. But the problem is he's only 49 ahead of Mike Vanderbrugge. So he still needs to get a big score to reassure himself after what he's done. In fact, Brandon Leibel, his last three games goes 77, 36, 57, and he is 4-3. He is actually 4-1 his first five matches. So, or check that. Yeah, 4-1 his first five matches. So he's come out and saved himself for games 5, 6, 7. Or no, check that. I'm sorry. I wish that first row wasn't in there. He was actually 1-3 his first four matches. So it's pretty much set through the top four. But basically you have Moorhead could still end up doing something, being 40 behind Slocum. Slocum is 60. So, yeah, the back half is going to be interesting to find out who exactly is going to make it. Obviously, Richard Crocker, with his big last game, his 275, locked himself pretty much in. Leibel, yeah, this is going to get interesting. That's all we can say. And we'll get the 19 and 20 is going to be the tournament pair, or the stepladder finals. In fact, hold on real quick.
Must have saw your strike, Kevin.
Already trying to get everything set up to switch over to to the for the match play.
The top 5 step ladder.
Yep,
Where's that going to be at now, Ryan?
19 and 20.
Okay.
So I've got the camera set up, but my cords aren't long enough. I'll tell you what, this has been a speedy process. 3 hours, we're in game 8. Match play is going to probably 2 hours by the time we get done with match play. That's your day's done. And the one thing that Brandon Leibel wants to do, he wants a good first 4 frames.
If I'm not mistaken, that's the first non-strike of all these bowlers on 17. Is that correct? No, that's the second spare for Steve. But everybody else, I believe, is struck on every ball so far. So we could be in for a high-scoring position round right now. Once again, John Shaw leading the way at plus 929, bowling Steve points on 17 and 18. He's plus 879, so he needs Steve would need a 21-pin victory plus the bonus pins. Richard Crocker lurking in third right now at plus 873. He could still move into the first spot with a big game, and he would probably need a loss from John. And he's bowling Brandon Leibel, who's made a huge move up into 4th place at plus 719 on 5 and 6. Ryan is the match right now between Mike Vonderbrugge and Kevin Mason for 5th and 6th at 680 and 673. And then on 23 and 24, Steven Slocum 648 could still get there with a big game. And Mike and Kevin not bowling so well. And David Moorhead plus 606 would need a lot of help currently. He's pretty much the only guy who isn't technically still in it.
All right.
Kevin Mason staying on the same pair he was just on, too.
Yeah. Imagine the break on that one.
Yeah, and there's only 4 pairs, so it's still a good possibility. And actually looking around here, I'm not sure anybody else is on the same pair that they were on, but that is just one of those breaks of the game. And Kevin has started off with the front 4. He's looking to take advantage of that.
Yeah, you just sat there. Thanks, man.
That's what good bowlers do. They take advantage of small breaks. Brandon Leibel got all of that one.
He got that one in the oil just a little bit. He didn't know if it was going to finish or not. Like I said, he may be 150 some pins out, but he's, the best he can do is 4th place, but he would definitely take that after the way he started. And it looks like he went back to his trusty coil that he was throwing yesterday for his 270 to get himself into the cut. So he's bankrolled the coil.
Got another one in. That one did not quite make the turn.
Playing just enough in, trying to get it to face up off the friction and not really try to bend the lane too much. And David Moorhead on 24 with the front 4.
I said David needed 300 to even entertain any chances to get in this. Yeah, he may
Don't
take
miss.
me up on this.
Yeah, don't miss.
If he got 300, that would get him to 736. Currently, Kevin Mason with the front 4. That would be David's problem. He's going to need some help also, even if he goes all the way. Richard Crocker with his standard 5 slapping the 7 silly. Trademark shot of his.
And the match between Vanderbrugge and Mason is pretty much a scratch game.
Well, this is a scratch tournament, Ryan. I mean,
You did not stay at a Holiday Inn last night to know that one, did you?
well, I felt like there was an impression there was handicap involved.
Okay.
What you're saying
You're just
is
clarifying.
they're so close that
Yes.
the winner obviously getting 30 pins, so it won't matter. But they still have to hold off Mr. Slocum over there, who can still go 279 currently going into the sixth frame here.
Yeah.
And
Don't miss anymore.
Moorhead is giving him a little opening here.
Yeah.
And Kevin Mason threw 10 out of 12 the last game on this pair. Got a little fade on that one, got the 5-7 out. Last time he didn't get the 5-10 out, but Kevin looking up here knowing that we're critiquing that shot
And we're
in a
talking
fun
about
way.
him. Yeah.
In a fun way.
We are very good at talking about people.
Crocker
Takes that
got a
one.
lot of practice at the bucket here lately.
Just enough. Imagine that, the two lefties bowling by themselves.
Yeah, Kevin pushed that one just a little bit. And he knows what he did. Big shot for Slocum here. Big
Flush.
shot. That gets him.
And he's still throwing the absolute.
He did not take your advice.
My opinion. It's merely a suggestion.
I told him here in between the position round here, I told him he was staying after to shoot spares. he is definitely going to be kicking himself if he just misses a show.
Yeah, I mean, you know how much money I've lost due to missed spares in regionals?
$12,800.
You're pretty close. The biggest one was I had 6, 7 missed makeables, 8 counts, 9 counts, just for whatever reason. Missed a step ladder by 30 and missed a check by 2.
Wow,
Yeah,
costly.
that hurts.
I missed a 6-pin a couple of years ago in the year-end tournament at Summit, and I missed the show by less than 10 pins, so that was not pleasing.
Missed an 8-pin at can't remember what the tournament was, over in Independence AMF when it was open. Missed the 8-pin, cost me $300 in brackets. The next game I go 250. Ouch. Flush.
All right, back to the 7-8 match, which Steve Slocum is going to need everything he can get here, and he's got one to the right.
He just went through the nose.
It's going to loosen up Kevin Mason and Mike Vonderberge here.
Just a little bit.
All right, we're going to project him at 88 pins. For Steve, if he goes out, his max right now is 736. So we'll keep that in mind for the 5-6 match. And
Steve just took the
unfortunately,
6 off the 610 with the absolute. That's when you know it just isn't happening.
his spares, as he knows, could be what cost him today. All right, 5-6 match right now. Mike Vonderberge can go 252. Kevin Mason can go 278. Slocum's max is kind of doing like Walmart here with the falling prices. It's 714. The 3-4 match here, Brandon Leibel. They go 257 and Richard Crocker 268. As we look over at 1 and 2 now, the Shaw and Points, I believe, are working on 67 and 68. So they're not giving any help to Mr. Crocker to sneak into the first or second spot here currently.
Points is 50 pins back, so he has to beat him by 21 to take the lead. But he goes spare open. And then the next 4, He's got a shot to take his tournament lead back.
Yeah, and John's, I don't know if you noticed that, but John got a late 10 pin that fell that the score didn't trip.
That doesn't help Mason any.
Yeah, that 10 pin on 24 is going to give
Right.
Steve Slocum a little bit of life.
And the difference on that one with Libel, he got that one out to the friction a little bit and got it to feed back.
This right here, the stuff you don't see on TV, this is usually more exciting
Oh, by far.
than what you see on the TV shows. A lot of people miss a lot of the action.
So much action happens right now. Yeah, I think that one's going to solidify Crocker into the third spot with that shot.
Actually, David Moorhead picks up the 7 pin on 23. He is going to close out Steve Slocum and his chances of getting into the top 5.
And a week 7 by points.
Well, keep an eye on Richard Crocker here. If Steve Points doesn't win that match over there, and Richard wins his match, he's not even going to have to shoot a whole lot to go past Steve and move into second place.
Yeah, it's kind of trying to, if he goes sheet, go 247 for points. And Crocker go 57. And Libel can go 44. So Libel needs to punch out, or check that.
He's got 44, I believe, for
Yeah,
Crocker.
Crocker can go 44. Points can go 47.
Tell you what, this 5-6 match, Kevin Mason and Mike Vonneberge, this is going to come down to the end here.
Late charge by Mike.
Brandon Libel is more than likely not going to get passed by both,
No.
especially if he strikes here, and he just did. That's a big shot. That pretty much locks him into the show, even with a loss, unofficially, of course. And Kevin Mason, 258 max. Mike Vonneberge, 252 max. This is coming down to the last shot.
So 248 for Mason possibility.
58 even.
Yep. 58 even.
See, I'm squinting.
And 52 for Vonneberge.
And John Shaw is pretty much locking himself in here. He had to lose by 21, even with a miss is 230. He is going to be our tournament leader.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. Ooh, Libel got a break with that tug.
Brandon Libel just locked himself into the show.
Now, Libel in the first match is bowling on the TV pair.
There you go. Kevin Mason with a big shot in the 10th. There's, we'll say, sawing the 5-pin.
I would for what Mason can do as in sawing.
Kevin Mason takes a lot
does.
of beatings. There's not too many more accurate than Kevin.
So points on the strike. So he's still looking at 47.
Now Richard Crocker's going to be watching that match over there because Brandon Libel's pretty much shut him out now.
Yeah, he just
So
stuffed
he
that
can't-
one.
He can't pick up the bonus pin, so if Steve Points doesn't pick up any pins, Richard's 6
It's like
behind Steve.
Would this be the match within the match?
It is. Because right now, here's where that stands.
They're actually
Steve,
bowling each other.
they are. Steve Points is 6 pins up.
Yep.
And they are 3 pins apart. He's 3 pins ahead, so he's basically 9 pins up on Richard Crocker. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Kevin Mason has doubled to lock out Mike Vonderbrugge. So Kevin Mason, by my count, is going to sneak into the show here. Brandon Leibel's locked himself into 4th.
There he goes, 55. So looking at 47 possibility for points and a 44 possibility.
That possibility is
Pretty strong.
dissipated as Steve Points has left the 7 pin.
Oh, yeah. My bad.
That's
I can't tell the difference between an X and a 9. And I wasn't looking at what he threw.
all right. Here goes Crocker. This could put him into
Big
the
shot.
spot, and he is struck.
That's the high, hard one.
Okay, he's still though. That's 233 with a 9 spare, and we have the possibility
27.
of a tie right here, Ryan.
Well, he goes 27.
Steve is 6 points ahead. Steve Points is 6 points ahead of Richard Crocker, and right now, Richard Crocker goes 9 spare and Steve Points strikes. So we're gonna have a tie for 2nd and 3rd. Brandon Leibel locked into 4th. John Shaw locked into 1st. Kevin Mason moving himself into the top 5. Points.
No.
Oh, he slow rolls it, so. Let's see what Crocker does. A big shot.
Oh,
and
and
he crumbles the
absolutely
8-10.
destroys the 810.
Wow, that is going to put Richard Crocker into 2nd place.
Wow.
So Shaw.
And we still got 4 more games to go.
Yes. Don't really need more heads plus. Kevin
27 for points.
Kevin Mason's official final score was 58. Is that correct?
Yep. 58 and 230 for Vanderburgh.
Unfortunately for Mike, that is going to take him out of the show. Kevin Mason doing Kevin Mason things and coming through at the end.
Crocker just saws it off.
Let's see what Mike Vonderbrugge ended up with, but it's going to be short for him. Shaw looking at 240 now.
44 to 55. So 44 for Crocker. Points at 27.
So 74 more for Crocker.
Yep. No,
What
Mason.
was I saying? Hey,
No,
Crocker
Leibel
Crocker
had the
didn't get
bonus.
win, so 917.
85 for Leibel.
Yeah, I've got his down. Steve Points was officially at 27, correct?
Yep.
So am I looking at that right? No, 906. There we go. Yeah, I had it right originally. Crocker went past him there. And officially 246,
Yep.
76 more pins, so 1,005. So that'll give you another digit you need to put into your thing.
Yeah. Holy moly.
It's a good little tidbit for the show.
Yeah.
Who had him?
I was going to say it's Kevin. You're the guest DJ?
I'm the guest DJ.
I can't stop and go, wicka, 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 wicka.
I did this for PBA for Extra Frame. I did it for Bull TV. I've done it a few times. I wish I was able to do more of it. No, and then with the bowler show, obviously being on the radio.
Yeah, but they stayed the same. Oh, no. Kevin jumped Vonderburg.
Yeah, Mason's in. doing the top 5.
Yeah, we know who those are, so.
Huh?
We know who those are, so.
Yeah.
I figured he'd be here today.
Somehow Kevin Mason got the ball in the same pair you just bowled on somehow.
Hey,
You just bowled your last 2 games were on that. It's good to be the king.
that,
We didn't make too much fun of your 5'7" or 5'10".
When
If I left a 5'7" 10, I'd get my ball put back left.
you didn't hear my smackdown on you when Slocum slapped out his ball shot, and I said that looks like something Kevin Mason would throw.
Every once in a while, everybody makes fun of me.
That's true. And
Yeah,
you're the
but-
step ladder.
Kevin, you think you get made fun of? I mean, everybody was all over me yesterday about that. That I was saying, okay, everyone tries to get a good matchup at the target so that they don't have to be perfect. I'm looking for carries at the pins with a wide target, wide area.
okay.
197.
Only Mason could go 4 and 4 and make the freaking show.
I should have been 5. I lost on my one hand. I should have
67, 35, 15, 34, 25, 16, 64, whatever that was.
You'll let me know when you start there.
All right, gentlemen.
You need over here? Ryan, you need over here?
Glad to move if you need me to.
No, you can be the keeper of the camera.
Might as well make sure it's lined up because
It's plugged in. You got a blue light.
blue light special. I'm starting to plug in, that's for sure. Lined up. You need to sit here, you can.
Boom, just like that. Hey, Dave, do me a favor. Dave, I'm gonna balance that out a little bit.
Okay.
It's
Where do you want it?
we got a tie for 7th and 8th place. Full game roll off. No, just kidding. They're gonna split 7th and 8th place money, so they'll each get $275. Steve Slocum and David Moorhead, both at plus 683. 6th place, Mike Ladenburg, plus 710. out this right side and try to get it leveled out over there.
Yeah, both sides of the lane.
Where are you going? Oh, I thought you wanted to go. Oh, you was?
This place. You do. No matter. No matter when. Who? I like to see this kind of stuff go on. Especially here, you know.
Miraculous thing for Dan.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Crocker down to 24. That changed him from second.
Bring it all the way up front. Go ahead. Go and bring it right up to the line. There you go.
Yeah, they need to be separated more than that, don't they?
Stagger it too.
All the way up to the edge. I wish they'd put the freaking scores up so I can edit this out.
They're still in practice.
I'll tell you what, you're bowling right now.
You can
Bowl as much as you can.
put it on there.
Yeah, I'm trying to, so I can. Really?
Oh, I forgot, man. Oh, you're full of shit. Oh, well. Excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be good.
Put him to good use. He did take some media classes, you know, so you gotta put him to good use.
I've had him on a few times. He does good. About ready to kick myself off and put him on.
You can take me off too at any point. I don't know if Dan wants to come on here or not.
Dan never does. Usually have him on the end.
Not in your
I
way.
ain't gonna be able to see those. You know what? I'm gonna take those off. All right, as we get ready, I was gonna put the scores up, but I'm gonna go ahead and just leave it like this, and we'll keep you updated on the score. It wasn't going to turn out well, and trying to get everything moved quick enough wasn't going to happen. So might as well just keep it this way. But like I said, I know the connection hasn't been the best, but we are recording this, so I'll get the downloaded on there, so everything will be a lot better. So Brandon Leibel has decided to start his match first, and he just got done bowling on this pair for the position round, so he already knows what's going on. Is he's going to stay with the DNA coil, and I think Kevin Mason's still on the defender. I'll have to ask him.
Who the hell is that?
And Mason just doing what Mason does. He just kind of keeps it up through the friction and lets it read about 30 feet. You had a little tidbit written down. 64 games between 8 competitors and only 3 games under 200. It's pretty stout. It's pretty good. We didn't get a chance to it, but want to talk about the sponsors throughout the year that we've had, and of course, Gladstone Bowl has stepped up huge in support of the tournament and be able to have the end of the year out here. And then you've got Lisa and Joe Finley with Finley Insurance and Finley Transport. Always out here for the tournaments. And then Anderson Renewal by Anderson, the windows. Rafe Terry did a great job getting those guys on board, and kind of see them everywhere. Wow. Send it out big time. In fact, I may change that camera angle just a little bit. We can zoom in a little bit. Also, Jason Chris with Faith Designs doing all the graphics, the signage and everything. And, of course, Storm, Rotogrip, and 900 Global for their sponsorship. So, pretty stout. McCarthy Auto Group with sponsoring the broadcast. It takes a few people to get it going. Oh, kind of burned up a little bit. I'm going to see if I can get the camera at a little bit better angle here real quick. I think it might help a little bit.
Yeah, that's definitely better.
Kevin Mason's rule is deceiving. He probably gets some of the strangest carry, but saws off more, pops out more 10 pins than a lot of people would think.
For a guy who, we'll just say it, a little rev challenged, he kicks more sixes to the wall that hit the 10 than any bowler I know.
I'm going to see if I can count his revs. Maybe 10.
72.
72. No, not the times RPM. I'm talking about.
We're kidding about a guy who's on the show while
we're sitting here.
broadcasting from the peanut gallery.
Yeah.
Kevin takes all that in stride. Everybody gives him trouble, and he just laughs it off and just takes their money.
Oh yeah. He's like me, with the first one to make fun of himself. Beats everyone to the punch, and they get frustrated.
All right, we just saw, as you said, Brandon's ball roll up a little early on the left lane in flat 10. Let's see if he makes an adjustment here. He gets it out again on 20.
He got that one a little bit further down, and the
see.
ball didn't burn up on him.
Let's see if he does that on 19.
Now, see if I wanted to, I could walk up to Kevin, just put a mic in his face. He'd find something funny to say.
I know what I would say if I was bowling a match and you did that.
You got to be bowling the match first.
That's the first part of that equation. I could have been down there if I bowled more. I only bowled four tournaments, 5 tournaments this year.
Fluffy One Gaming says, I always thought that Belmo and Kevin had the same rev rate. Pretty close.
That's not far off. Brandon Leibel, basically the same shot. So he's going to have to clean that up on the left lane.
Ken says, thanks for the broadcast, and appreciate it.
Ken McElwee, a good supporter of bowling here in Kansas City.
Ooh,
Now, do you know who Fluffy One Gaming is, Ryan?
I do not. But he said he just got home from Gladstone getting some housework done.
Okay, he knows Daryl Dersler because he's asked him to get his big head out of the way.
Yeah, well.
Well, BJ Odell is who Fluffy One
All right.
Gaming is.
He got that one out further than what he looked at. He got a break with that one, I think, the way he's pumping his fist.
The 6 went to the wall and slapped the 10 out.
Just knocked it
He
silly.
just wanted to prove he could do it again.
So you're saying you doubt me, right?
I have no doubts about you.
I don't think he has 10. I think it rolls out up to 10 going forward when it hits the pins.
You want to describe that last shot, Ryan?
Weak, effective, a strike.
Kevin don't care. That's built into his game. His accuracy and his ball roll, he's really hard to beat sometimes. If I throw it that way, I'd flat 10 every single ball.
Oh, I would.
Do not have the ball roll he does.
Whoa, whoa. Yep, he got that one out again. Didn't get it projected down far enough. That's going to hurt him. Kevin Mason special. Yep. After missing the 10 pin and then going Greek Church. That takes about all the air out of the bubble real quick.
Yeah, his max is falling down to 225 already. And Kevin Mason working on 280.
They made the move in too deep.
He's definitely got the 2 lanes different. He's flat 10 twice on 19.
Well, I wonder if he made, because the ball didn't look bad off the 10 pin. He just missed it, but I think that big move might have been from the Greek Church. I think he just got it right early. And if he did, even with where they are kind of cliffy, you still don't want to make a huge move.
Let's keep an eye on this pair and see if this trend continues of 20 hooking more.
And I would have given the edge to Brandon since he just got done bowling on that pair.
And shooting 258.
Does he throw enough ball to leave a 9 pin?
Yeah, apparently he does.
No hand, Kevin.
He just wanted to show you
That it was possible.
that he could do that. And it's not all about kicking the 10 out.
Someone over here is taking photographic evidence that Kevin can't leave a 9 pin. Goes 9 pin and dead flush. Tell you what, Brandon Leibel goes 28, 57, 184, 217 his first 4 games. His last 4, he goes 277, 36, 57, and 55 to get in the show. That's after shooting 279 his last game yesterday to make the top 8. So he came back strong in the back half when he needed to. He's just a pinch off. He is not far off. That ball wasn't looking too bad, about 40 feet, and then just jumps.
Yeah, I think we can definitely say the 2 lanes are going to be playing 3 or 4 boards different. We'll see how that affects the next match.
Yeah.
Kevin Mason and Richard Crocker.
Right now, Brandon just wants to get out. That's that. I've been there before. Oh, bad racket doesn't have enough hand. Well, that's highly possible. And he goes straight back flush with that one, so that's going to lock it in for Kevin. So Kevin on his last 2 games goes 64-58 for the wins and gets himself into the show. So he changed a little bit because he wasn't throwing much. Well, if you take a look, 3 of his 4 wins were over 258. So he can go 59 here, and he'll come up for the win. And Crocker just gets off this pair the game before, so he's going to have a little idea of what this pair is going to do. So just a reminder, we will be, for everyone watching the live feed, I'll be uploading the recorded version onto YouTube. So if you want to go back and watch it later without the skips and bumps, we apologize. Just didn't have the internet connection that we had wished we had. And currently my phone is like 50% sitting at the door working off the hotspot. Like any highway says, you improvise, adapt, and overcome.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
That's what Kev does when they hook. More loft. Yeah, and less res. Jeez. Yeah, Brandon's ready to go. So 259, 179 is the final. We'll take a timeout. Richard Crocker comes over. And it'll be Kevin Mason and Richard Crocker for the next match coming up in a few minutes here at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri with the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. Brought to you by Gladstone Bowl.
Shots on each lane, and then Steve, you will have lane choice as well. Good luck, gentlemen.
All right. Ryan Ragland and Dave Wassel back with you. I'm not sure why I said Richard Crocker, but Steve Points qualified third after leading the charge yesterday.
Small snafu with the scores originally
You know.
that got fixed. So
And I will tell you what, no spectator in Gladstone Bowl will ever die of heat prostration.
why is that?
It is cold in here. You got your jacket
I'm good
on.
right now.
There's a reason why you brought that jacket.
Well, no, there isn't. Actually, I'll give you a little backstory here. I bowled here Thursday night, and as luck would have it, I left it here.
I was about to say, did you leave it here? And
I
just
left it here, and then I thought, well, I'm coming up here Sunday. I'll just pick it up then.
You were clairvoyant. You knew exactly what was going to happen.
I have bowled here now. I understand the climate here, which is good. That's good for the bowlers.
Yeah.
You and I are sitting here twiddling our thumbs while these guys are striking. A high-scoring affair, this whole tournament, Ryan, as you said. When Dan came out and said 64 games were bowled a day and 3 were under 200.
That's crazy.
Thursday night, I had 3 games under 200 myself.
I was going to say, how'd you do Thursday?
I had a 269 and 3 games that did not start with a 2.
Jeez. Yeah?
So that's rather embarrassing, actually. Thanks for that tidbit, Dan. Dynamite drop in Monty is.
Yeah, makes me feel better, don't it?
That just confirms that these guys are better. There's not a whole lot of other ways to spin that.
No.
And they're moving pairs and dealing with transition and other guys bowling.
And I'll tell you what, it's kind of interesting. The 3 right-handers are playing predominantly the same zone. And like we talked about, Gladstone being the type of center that you got to throw it right to the friction.
Well, we can address that a little bit. I don't know how many lefties were in the top 32, but with 6 righties and 2 lefties in the top 8, that seems fair right
Yeah,
there.
that's a good ratio.
Now, the lefties today were able to kind of stay left and miss some of the transition issues that we saw, especially like games 3 through 5-ish, that the righties had to deal with, and the lefties ended up first and third. But none of that matters currently now to the top 5 participants. We're going to try and knock each other out.
I think it's time to sit down now.
Kevin Mason
That
got
one he
that
got
one
right.
right, but
Yeah.
Kevin Mason's ball faces up just perfectly as usual.
The rev rate didn't matter on that one.
Kevin doesn't listen to this broadcast afterwards.
No, he knows better.
It's a senior tournament. They should be rev challenged, correct?
Then he'd just say he's on par for the course.
There you go. Well, my revs are basically staying the same only because I throw it slower and slower now. 10.4 miles an hour. That's fun to watch. We give Kevin trouble, but when he is
But he makes it
on,
look simple.
he does. And he never has to make any, a zone move or anything crazy.
No.
If it's out there for him, he is going to score. There's just no way around it. He's tough to beat.
My doubles partner's kind of the same way for national. He's a spin biscuit from New Jersey. But it's like when you get that top spin, kind of like what you get, you cover more boards with it. But when you get that top spin and you can get a little bit more speed on it and just let it bounce off the friction but not overreact, you're sitting there going, why don't I just do that?
Exactly. And you've got the ability to speed it up and play straighter when you need to. You've got I don't know what your miles per hour are, but they're much more than mine. So you're able to kind of hang right, and I think you're better when you can stay right.
I like to stay right if I can. But like with me, sometimes I'll get too locked into it, and I know, okay, slow down, get through it better, and try and decipher when I need to do that. But think when I keep it in front of me, I think my speed's like 60 and a half, maybe a little bit of 17, but I don't. I'm just trying to let it roll off my hand more. That got in.
Somebody said, "Oh, we're gonna let this hand." Now, Ryan Steve, I believe, has won twice this year. Is that correct?
I had the sheet and I threw it away. I don't know why I did.
Stats somewhere.
He did win a Latha. I know that.
Yeah, I believe he's won twice. That's good to see. That's what's good to see about this tour too. You see guys, Steve and the group from Omaha, and as we say on the crap table, 7 out, line away. Rare miscue there from Steve. 4 pins at any point in the match could matter.
Speaking of craps, so a first-time thrower in Vegas, she went 45 minutes. Had no idea what she was doing.
That's a good thing. Now, speaking of first-time shooters, I allowed my daughter a couple of years ago. I don't know if you remember the Facebook post, but
A little bit about it.
we were at South Point. We were getting ready to head out, and there was a dead
That's right.
table. And I always wanted her to shoot because once she turned 21, and she gave it a roll, and she rolled about 10 minutes with nobody else on the table. So this was like a 40-minute roll.
Yeah.
And we'll just say that her dad was happy with the roll.
He was not upset with
He
it.
was not displeased.
And
I
you
didn't
took
care
her
what
out.
she did, you know.
And you took her out to wherever she wanted to go.
To the hot dog stand.
There you go. And gave her more than one.
Exactly. Kevin Mason's ball hits so weak that the score
still can't catch
didn't even
it.
get it.
Oh, Kevin.
It's like a late vapor.
Yeah, let's just say that the hot dog thing was overplayed in South Point. I punished the buffet probably harder than I did the hot dog stand.
I will tell you what. A friend of mine owed me a dinner from the Super Bowl. Big Niners fan. $30 for a dinner at the buffet. No. It was horrible.
Oh, boy.
It was so bad, Joel didn't leave a tip.
Oh, no kidding.
He did. I'm like, I'm not going to tell him he's wrong or anything, but it's not the server's fault. But yeah, it was not.
Oh, wow. I'd
rather go to Del Mar Deli.
An issue there myself. Del Mar Deli's okay, except sometimes the weight can be a little tricky.
Go to Pink Box. Get your donuts. Go to Walmart.
Steak and Shakes right next
Spend
door,
a
too.
$1.50
Yeah.
for a half gallon of milk. There's your breakfast. It is awesome. I don't know if you saw my post about that Pink Box.
I
Donuts.
don't remember that. No.
Yeah. Maple covered old fashioned.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Peanut butter and jelly.
Bacon on top. I've seen that
Yeah.
donut.
They've got the
around lately.
maple bacon, yeah. Slaps it out.
All right. Kind of needed that, even still halfway through the match. That was an important shot to stay in touch with Kevin.
So the front 5 for Kevin. Jeez. It doesn't matter. And I would venture to guess. Let's just say hypothetically he gets to the championship match, he will be within 2 boards of where he's at now.
And it's an advantage to be able to do what he does, because right now I can guarantee you I wouldn't be standing anywhere close to where he's standing.
No. I would be at least a zone left.
I might be a lane left.
Now, I do have a pinned down wine hustle that does not move much that I could probably get close to, but I wouldn't be on top of him at all. Wouldn't be close. Oh, that's that's a hustle that Kevin's throwing. It's the I can't remember what it's called, the pink and purple. Is that the M&M? I think it's like the one I have. So I think everyone is throwing Storm.
All right, once again, Steve doing what he needs to do here to kind of stay in touch. 61 may not even end up being enough, but he needs to keep striking to put the pressure on Kevin.
I think Kevin kind of does a little bit. Yeah, kind of does a little bit like I do. I get back, I'll look at my phone and just not think about bowling or whatever and get away from it. I mean, I know what I'm doing. I know what I need to do when I get back up there, but it's like, I don't want to sit there and ponder about it. And Kevin's just kind of.
We saw Kyle Troop reading a book. We've seen
What book was
bowlers
he
doing
reading?
Rubik's Cubes on TV.
I haven't seen the Rubik's Cube.
That was in the PWBA.
I'd like to know what book Troop was reading, so I remember that.
Something about hairstyles or something.
Matching apparel.
Yes. It's kind of neat though with him. It's been a tradition in his family, of course, with his dad Guppy Troop doing that when he was on tour. So obviously Kyle picked that up from his dad, and Kevin Mason.
I did not know that Guppy read a book.
I'm not sure about that, but I know that he wore colorful clothing.
Oh,
and
yeah,
was
yeah.
A colorful bowler.
I'm just waiting for Kyle to show up with the wild glasses.
Kyle Troop, I believe, is in the Final Four of the PBA playoffs,
Yeah,
correct?
he is, yep.
Actually, that might be going on right now, right?
I didn't think they did that till September. Oh, that's the team.
The playoffs. Jesper Svensson, David Booger Kroll of this area fame, Kevin Mason of Front Nine fame.
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
And it might sound silly, but that's a big shot for Kevin. That pretty much locks
Oh, yeah,
it
that's
up.
huge.
If he happens to spare there, he gives Steve a little
He just sets
little
himself
window.
up for a mark. That's all he needs to do.
Well, he doesn't even really.
Oh, that's
He
true.
could go 7 out for 61. So stranger things have happened before. But first off, Steve's going to have to
Dill Ballard?
have to strike out.
Dale Ballard for
Dill,
one.
That's true.
Wow.
Marshall Holman double guttered on TV once.
I wasn't mad about that. I was working in Wichita, and PBA was going to be in town at North Rock, and of course they knew I was the bowler, so I'd get a hold of Dave Schroeder with the PBA and try to, get some phone numbers. Oh, Mind Gym. Okay.
Paul Lee coming in with that
Little
tidbit there. Thank
Hey.
you very much.
So I'd get hold of Dave Schroeder and say, hey, we want to get like Marshall Homer or something. He was, and he was retired and stuff. And so they allowed me to do the interview of Marshall Holman, and they were going to do it on the sports show. And I forgot to have the PBA just fax me over a real quick bio sheet on Holman. I mean, it's
21 PBA tutors.
yeah, so
somewhere
many
around there.
accolades and everything that it's hard to, you could probably guess and come pretty close.
Now, Ryan, one of my last bowler shows ever, I was very honored to have Marshall on the show. And we talked about a plethora of things. And I don't talk about it much, but I feel very blessed to be able to have done that for so many years and talk to so many bowlers
Oh, yeah.
and some of the greats of the game. Some of the guys like Marshall and, my age that I kind of knew from when I bowled on tour. So I had the contact there and was able to get some of those guys on the show. Carmen Salvino, one of my favorite interviews
That would have been a
ever,
blast.
that I could have kept on the radio for 4 hours.
And he probably would have stayed on
And
for
he
4
would- He would
hours.
have stayed on. I had him on twice, believe it or not.
I got a friend of mine, my doubles partner in Nationals, lives in Jersey. And he was bowling league one night, and he goes, "Hey, guess who's subbing next to me?" I go, "Hey," takes a picture. Petraglia. I'm
That's
like,
awesome.
dude, you suck.
Only had Johnny on once, but those are my when people ask, hey, who's some of your favorite interviews? I say, hey, all the old school guys.
Yeah.
I had Glenn Allison on the show, and he was working the counter at the same time. And he told me, he said, hey, I may have to step aside for a minute or two. I said,
Hey,
we got to get you on at a certain time, so
you do what you got to do.
what you got to do. And I'd like to remember the name of the bowling alley there that he worked at, but I can't remember.
261 for
Boy, Steve Points.
Steve Points. I'll tell you what,
One
that,
shot.
that guy's had a heck of a weekend.
He's had a heck of a year. He's been very consistent.
Trying to find the sheet that has what he shot.
Kevin Mason doing what he needs to do. Just throw it right
And he's got the next one,
down the chute.
front 10.
Steve Point's kind of laughing here. He did everything he could do. He threw 11 out of 12 strikes, Ryan, and he's going to be going home. We'll see We'll stay right here and see if we can cloud Kevin Mason. Just so you know, like, there is no such thing as black cloud.
No,
That is a fallacy. Kevin Mason
got it out quick.
doing what he does. You could see the six.
Wow.
Six was going to do its job.
Last 300 I believe we had was Dave Fleming
Oh, wow.
out of Fulton Bowl. That was right after he defeated me.
Ah,
Yeah,
saved his best for after you.
and I believe that was a championship match.
Really?
If I remember, I can't remember, but either championship or the semifinal.
All right, I'm going to say 296. I always say 294 on the Kansas City tournament streams, but Kevin just doesn't have four count in his arsenal.
Right up the chute.
Oh,
And
Kevin Mason
300.
special. That is
You're gonna
the
do it
hashtag
right.
Kevin Mason special. 23 of 24 strikes were thrown in that match.
We'll get down there, Kevin Mason. We have people on the chat talking about your enormous rev rate. Do you have anything to say about that?
I don't have many revs.
I was going to say, I think I count. I tried to count a couple times. I think you might have 10.
Probably. It's not very many. Everybody always makes fun of that about me. They say, hey, he has no revs. Well, my dad, back when I was a kid, said, you're not going to turn the ball. So he made me go up the boards.
There you go.
So, yeah.
And obviously, with the way they're playing right now, that's
It's
because you.
definitely-
But you can get it right, and it freezes up. But if you get it in, there's still just a little enough on the back end.
Yeah, it'll hold. I actually pulled that last one in. If you saw that, it was in. It held right to the pocket. So that would not have carried on 19. 19 slicker than 20.
All right. Well, hey, semifinal match. Let's go get another one.
Alrighty.
Find. We got to find the. Let's get Steve over here, dude. 257 for 8 games yesterday. You throw all but one strike, and it wouldn't.
Right. I was just glad that when I shot that 6, 7, 10, and I didn't get 2 of them, that I didn't lose 266, by just a couple pins. So I was pulling for him. I was hoping he'd punch out. He's the third one today that had the front 9 against me, so I figured somebody would finally shoot one.
It was only a matter of time, right?
Right, yeah. And none of them was me. So
But yesterday, averaging 258. That
was
did
pretty
did you just feel like you were just in a groove and you really didn't have to do a lot?
I felt like I matched up well. That ball, I love that ball. I got to give another shout out to Matt Smock. He gave me that ball, and
Which one was it?
It's virtual energy blackout.
Okay.
I used it all weekend. It little squirty if you catch in the oil a little early, but man, it turns and hits hard. So I really like that ball, and it was hard to put away when I really liked the reaction. Even if I hit it dry early, it'd kind of burn up a little bit and leave me a flat 7. But if you threw it good, it worked good.
I was going to say, when you kind of if you had that ball change, how hard was that to get that out of your hand?
Would have been hard. Yeah, I had my dark code ready to go if I needed to move in the oil a little bit more because it hooks a little earlier, and I tried it on the warm-up lane, and it seemed to work pretty well in a little bit further in the oil. So I thought I'm going to go with this. If I don't like what I got here now, I'm going to go to that, and I didn't have to. So I just threw that one bad shot.
Maybe you can throw 12 out of 12 next time, have a better shot.
Yeah, that would do it.
All right, congratulations. Nice bowling this weekend. Steve Point's coming in third place, and like we said, fourth place, excuse me. 258, 8 games yesterday. And taking a look at the sheet, through the 7 games, average over 240 for the 8. So that's a pretty good weekend. So was that the Defender Hybrid? Okay. Well, I kind of wondered. Okay. It kind of looks like that M&M, so yeah, that makes sense. I should have asked him. So, but yeah, so now we have Richard Crocker and Kevin Mason after shooting 300. So Kevin's going to start out on this one. So a guy shoots 300 against you, or the 300 the previous match. I guess you decide on which lane you like better as to which one you want to end on. Because obviously it's not going to matter to Kevin.
No, and Kevin, as he said in the interview there, is playing the right lane to hook more, and we saw that early on with Brandon Leibel having a few troubles in his first match.
And Rich are going with the Summit Peak. I'll tell you what, that Summit Peak. Now here's the one thing: you get a dual color or a tricolor ball. Sometimes you can get a pour that just makes it hard for some people to read the ball. My Summit Peak is perfect. The little gold with the nice rev, and then when it starts taking, it just pulls in like to the axis when it hits the pin, so it makes it easy to read. I know when I'm throwing it well. I do believe I have to ask Dan. I don't think we've had a tournament where we've had this many 300 shot.
Actually, BJ Odell has chimed in here. I just went down to the rack, BJ, also to check myself because I was pretty sure that's what Kevin was throwing. No, Kevin throws the brands of Brunswick, so
Yeah.
he is throwing the Brunswick Defender, correct, and he is throwing it very well currently.
Kind of goes back, like you said, Dad told him he wasn't going to hook the ball. Kind of looks up, hey, thanks, Dad. I'm not hooking it.
So what do you see, Brian? I want your professional opinion here. Kevin's on a 14-bagger currently here. What do you see for Kevin? Is he gonna throw a half 10 somewhere involved in this at any point, or is he just gonna be flushing everything?
I think he's either going to go. The only way he's going to is if he pulls it in too much. Because right now I think his advantage is to give it the room right to the friction and let it set up. He just needs to make sure he doesn't get it to the friction too quick.
Now, if you're Richard Crocker, you wanted to see Kevin finish that out.
Yeah.
But so far, it has not affected Kevin in this match. So.
And Kevin is still throwing that thing up 13 with a Summit Peak, and he's not so rev challenged, but he's got that top spin, but he's also has a little bit of forward spin to it.
There's no doubt it is an advantage to camp out on a certain part of the lane and not have to move a whole lot during the day. And we're in game 10 or 11 actually of the day.
Yeah, and that's That's the slicker of the two lanes, and it looks like he got that one in a little bit.
All right, let's move on to the next match. This one's over.
I had that happen to me. I was bowling the Bowler of the Year at Mission Bowl in Olathe when it was Olathe West when Dennis Nelson and Shannon Nelson, who just passed away, and
Boy, one of the guys who bowled a lot of our Kansas City
yeah,
tournaments.
a lot of them. And
Just a great guy.
Lee Grabriel. I had to bowl him in a championship match of the Bowl of the Year after I'd won it the previous year. Shoots 300 against me. I said if I knew if I missed in a third, I was done. I wouldn't have worried about throwing any more. See, he can throw that thing right on the 10 board, and it still gets a read. But if he gets it out like 2 boards to the right, it sets and freezes.
That's a good thing to have, and I don't see Kevin not striking on 20. I see if he doesn't strike,
It's gonna be 19.
He's going to get one in on 19 and flat 10. But right now, he's just on his game, and he knows the difference in the lane, so he's probably making some little adjustments, hand position and whatever. And that's in a little bit there, and he got away with it.
I would, and I'll tell you what, he's going to be bowling for so many more years, and I'll give you one reason why. Take a look at the height of his backswing. Zero stress on the shoulder, on the arm. Everything is just a pendulum swing, and he gets through the ball. That's all he does.
And he's in tip-top shape just like me.
Seeing, I think Crocker might have moved it just a little bit right. It looks like he was closer to 10 on that one.
I can't see the boards as well as you from here.
Well, when you got Mason standing right in front of you, it makes it hard.
I don't think he's moving from that spot. When you throw, what did you do in the first match, Ryan? Do you have that kind of memory? The last few shots, did Kevin strike out? I'm trying to figure if he's got more than 17 in a row here.
There's that flat 10 on the left lane. And I was wondering about that when you said.
Well, he had 258, I believe, right? Against Brandon.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Dan, did you hear us talking about that? That's funny.
So 14.
We were trying to backtrack to his 258
So
the first game. I can't remember where he.
You got to think he has at least 20.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out. Plus the first game. So you got to figure he's at probably at 20.
Why don't you run down there and ask him? Hey, Kevin, how many is that?
Put a thought in his head.
Now that's got black cloud on it. You could say that.
Fluffy says it's a buttload. A boatload, excuse me. Right up 10-11. Right up 10-11.
It doesn't matter. Kevin is on.
It just froze up on it. Wonder if Richard got that sound of his head. That sound effect on TikTok says it was at this when he missed the first one. It was at this moment he knew he effed up.
He is. He's hoping for some things from Kevin here that probably just aren't happening. And again, Kevin
Waller
is the master.
7.
He is the master at that.
There he goes. Here goes BJ. Says only Kev. Wall shot 7. There's another one.
All right. When you interview Kevin here momentarily again, ask him how he finished the first match.
Yeah. Do you remember? 'Cause we're trying to count.
You're gonna throw the back 39 to win this thing.
How many? Oh, he's at 24 now. Okay, we're getting notice it's 24 in a row.
So somebody is saying that he threw
Double
the last
Verapapa?
the last five of.
Yeah.
I believe that's right. I believe he had 168.
So we have a double Verapapa.
Yeah, that's triple across 3 games.
What's the most you've thrown?
That's a good question.
Dan, we got that. You're late on the info, but appreciate it.
All right, good.
We'll get Dan on the.
I know the front
Championship match.
19, the first 19 I know I've had. After that, I don't know between games if I've had. I'm sure I've had 20 or 21 probably, but
I think I'm about in that range somewhere. I can't remember. I thought I was a god at the time because I think I might have been junior league.
maybe in between matches I'll tell you a story about North Rock in the Southwest tournament.
Oh God, score fest. See,
That's a
you
good
pitched
one,
that
though.
one out just a little bit, and it said even higher flush. That's like illegal, isn't it?
He's an animal. He just continues to throw the ball down the line, and if he gets it in a little, it pushes. He'll hit half pocket and carry, and if he gets it out, it rolls
Punches
up flush.
out, goes 858.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
yeah. With a game to go here.
And then Jack Shaw's over there going, "Are you kidding me?"
John Shaw is wondering
Or Jack,
what in the
yeah.
world I'm going to do here. He stops this guy in again on that lane, and it does not
And
matter.
that ball set. He
It
pulled-
doesn't matter.
I wonder if that left lane might be trying to look like it started to read a little bit.
That one read. The last one on that lane didn't read. But Kevin Mason is having fun right now. Personally, I don't like it. Not much better guys around than Kevin Mason.
Yeah.
Or Richard Crocker. 261 for Steve Points,
Well, he
247 for
he
Crocker.
had to know that if Steve Points can miss once and lose, missing twice probably isn't going to work out.
You would hope a guy coming off 300 might leave a pin or two here and there, but Kevin Mason
Yeah, it didn't happen.
has not done that. And yeah, if you've noticed, he is coming back to that same spot every time.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the lane 19 pushed a little more. Richard Crocker may not even shoot this.
Thank you for coming. Have a nice day.
I mean, I would have had Kevin Mason in the 8-10 sweepstakes over Richard Crocker, but not right now.
Yeah.
Officially put Richard Crocker in the third spot here, third place finish today.
He made a heck of a charge that last game to get into second.
All right, Ryan, do we even have any other superlatives here? We just
No.
should we just go silent for these three?
Pitch it out just a pinch.
No. He
I
is
don't-
human.
I don't think he got slow. He pinched it just a bit right, but I don't think he got too slow with it.
Why?
And of all pins he's going to leave is the 9 pin. Figure that one out. And we're talking the left one.
The second 9 pin is 837. He's going to end up throwing here
Yeah.
for his first three.
And we're talking about flat 10s on the left line.
So right now, Ryan, he has left 2 9 pins and one other mystery pin that we can't remember. That's it
Jeez.
in 3 games.
Oh. And Richard averaged 250 for the 8 games getting into the match play.
Wow. Yeah. John Shaw averaging 250.1, so 2 guys today.
And one's leading, one's in third. All right, so it's going to be John Shaw and Kevin Mason for the championship match. Give us a couple minutes and we'll be back for the final.
One tidbit before I leave, Kevin Mason just basically bowled his average that game. 258 and 300, 279. That's his average for the last 3.
as they would say, Kevin doing Kevin thing. Championship match here at Gladstone Bowl in Gladstone, Missouri, Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. And this has been an absolute slugfest on just how the scores have been. I got to think that Jack's probably throwing the Vibo also. I'm sure him and Steve did a lot of talking. That roll's pretty good for him.
All right, welcome back to the Kevin Mason Show.
Yeah.
Starring Kevin Mason and John Shaw, who's going to try to be the villain. John Shaw's thrown 2 good shots here. Maybe put a little early pressure on Kevin. I said it last game, Ryan. I asked you what you thought Kevin might do after shooting 300. But what do you think he's going to do after throwing 23 the last 24?
That one he got in.
Oh, my good gosh.
His room for error just expanded 5 boards.
That
I don't want to hear no crying ever again.
is beyond believable with
Wow.
what's happened with Kevin.
And he pulls it on the dry lane.
Yeah, he did. Now, he's probably consciously trying to keep it tighter on that lane. He's back up on 19 pretty fast here, Ryan. Taking no time at all. Throwing that one better, but not quite rolling it.
Wow. Well,
should have gone through the beak.
So now John Shaw's going, so you're saying there's a chance?
Chance here. I wouldn't throw too many non-strikes, though. I still think 250 is going to win this match. At least 250, let's say.
And he can spare.
How would we know? That's his 4th spare of the show here. 2 9-pins, a 10-pin, and probably another 10-pin.
About that.
That's it. And a 7-pin, obviously.
Ooh.
Does the right lane hook more for the lefties also, Kevin? That's the big question.
Yeah, where is Steve at? He's over there.
Let me step off the mic momentarily.
So Sean the spare and even up both have a double and a spare working in the 3rd. Man, Sean just gets right through that ball pretty strong. Another 6-pin.
Okay, Ryan just had a chance to talk to Steve Points, and he actually says for him, the left lane is hooking more.
So it's flip-flop then.
Yes.
Actually, one little tidbit. John Shaw is actually throwing Len's shoes. He said a friend of his, after the Japan company bought Len's, I guess he knew the guy and asked if they were still selling Len's. He goes, I can find out. Made a pair of Len's for him.
Wow.
He said he could never throw Dexter.
Those were the
Or anything like
those
that.
were the shoes to wear back in the day.
If you had a pair of lens, you were a bowler.
You were somebody.
I remember when I got my first pair of lens, all white. I thought I was a god.
How long did that last?
A couple months.
Oh,
I tried to keep them clean,
yeah.
but I told him, I said, lens were the reason why I started shuffling my feet, because your pivot foot, that rubber would get so hard that you could shuffle. First time I put Dexter's on, I thought I was going to fall on my face because I couldn't shovel my right foot.
Oh, you could see that coming. You could see that coming.
That's he came walking back saying bad rack.
We saw Richard Crocker do it on that lane, and the 8-pin has now decided to fall a little late, so we're going to have a little delay. There is no doubt for the righties, the left lane is tighter. And
Yeah. I was about to say there's no surprise an 8-10 landed on that one.
He got it in like Richard did. And
There's no way you're going to go 8-10 on the right lane.
Kevin shoots it now. He might have a shot at it.
What hit have you seen multiple times that still absolutely amazes you?
Light pocket 410, 4710, even a 4.6 in a couple of houses. When you hit a half pocket and you saw the 3 off the 6, it's very strange.
Yeah. The other one that gets me is I've done it a couple times, pull the ball and go 7-9.
I've talked with Brian, my buddy Brian Strickland. We'll bring him up again.
It's like, why? How does that happen?
We don't understand the 9-pin standing when you pull it, and it should be, if anything, maybe leave
The
an 8-pin.
ball should be falling into
The
it.
ball is falling back and somehow still leaves a 9.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, on the wood lanes, you really didn't. I mean, you didn't have the interchangeable soles on the lens. You had the wood approaches. The humidity didn't affect them like it does the synthetic approaches.
Exactly. All right, I want to say hi to Ken McElwee. He said hi to me. BJ Odell saying Kevin was the senior female bowler of the year a couple of years ago.
Wow. He looks like he might have got around that one and it just rolled right up. Pocket 9-10, Fluffy says. Yeah. How about a pocket 6-7?
Or a right-hander?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one of those strange hits. Now, without bringing up a gigantic conversation here, we've seen some strange things off of these string pins here lately. We saw a senior tournament this weekend at Lehigh Lanes.
I tried watching it. It's hard to watch.
Yeah, and everybody has their opinion on it, and hopefully they're informed opinions. But I don't like seeing this on the internet when some people are just set in their ways one way or the other. And then if you don't like their opinion, they're like, hey, that's too bad. The game's changing, whatever. It's like, well, we don't have to like it.
No, I get it.
We can like it,
and you don't have to bowl on them.
Exactly.
Me, I probably won't bowl on them.
Yeah, I'm not big on them, and I'll say that on the broadcast here.
I'm not gonna hit anyone for their opinion. I mean, for a while the PBA was coming out with the gold pins. You know, they were supposed to be X amount of ounces heavier, and it was a short-lived gimmick.
Yeah.
I saw a post that Tom Hess had, and he talked about the string pins, and he said he could see a little difference, but not a whole lot. And he said he was reserving his final judgment till he threw on a few bit more. But he said, but if it helps keep the game going and keeps people employed, then he's for it. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, and I'm good with that part.
I could, and I will just say this: I'm not a fan of Bolero at all. That's
you
just.
may have noticed Mike and I don't run any tournaments in any Bolero.
I congratulate you on that.
I never have and never will.
But you know, with Bolero's, what's their corporate strategy going toward open bowling?
Open play.
It makes sense using string pins.
Sure. I don't disagree with that.
I get all that. But my thing with Bolero is the way you've treated the league bowlers and the stories that I've heard, like the Tom Sue. Really?
Yeah.
You know, just. You know, I'm not going to go into stories, but I'm just not a Bolero fan. But for Bolero, string pins make sense if that's what your end goal is.
And I saw a post that showed 4 different spares and strikes, a compilation of string pin stuff this week.
Oh,
And
snap.
And the first thing free fall people say is, well, that happens on free fall too, but it doesn't.
No, it
Not nearly as much.
then you're the uninformed one.
I'm sorry. Yeah, a 7 pops out and hits a 10 pin. You pick up a 7-10 once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
But I watched a guy take the 4 pin off the bucket, and it bounced back and hit all 3 pins.
We actually got a tie here.
Yeah, we've got a great match brewing
So
here. We
3-bagger
weren't sure.
for Mason, as he has 97 in the 5th. 157 for Shaw in the 7th. But their max is the same at 247. So we're down to it after 12 games or 16, 20 games. We're coming down to 2 frames on the 20th game to decide a champion.
Boy, he threw that one.
He
good
threw
on,
that
good on
really-
that lane.
He had to know off his hand. That was pretty
Got
good.
it, got it. Just a smidge right where he needed to on that lane. That's a big shot.
And I wonder which one is his favorite lane.
I would think still
I would-
20.
You think so?
I would think so.
I'm,
I don't know that he hasn't struck on 20 the whole day.
but I don't know if he wants that much friction now.
I don't know. I think he's better with it.
Oh,
John Shaw doing his left-handed Kevin Mason impersonation.
we'll have a meeting on the 10 pin.
Well, Ryan, like you said, this is what it's all about, coming down to the 10th and dead tied.
So both of them have a 247 max score, and we'll walk up in the 10th. Smash. I got
Cured it.
and I got to think John likes that left lane. Just from this angle, looking at his hand coming off of it, he just rolls out the back and his fingers just get up to the side a little bit and just rolls it up nice.
It's clutch for sure. And I'm going to check with Dan here. I'm pretty sure that in the event of a tie, we will have a second. We will have a 9th and 10th frame roll.
Yeah,
But
I think that's
I'm gonna
what
double
he
check.
does. Yep, threw that one good again. Oh! Ouch. That ball, I will say this. I'm not surprised about the 8-pin because that ball had a charge on it. He got her out of that one well. Just as well as he did the last one. It just drives right through the pins. You see that 8-pin? That was pretty good.
That was brutal, no doubt.
So pretty simple. Double by Kevin Mason, and he's going to run the gauntlet. So
Yes,
236.
If he does go strike 9 spare, Ryan, it is a 9th and 10th frame roll off.
So he needs this one.
That's
Oh,
out
he got
of the
that one right
lane, but
quick.
That's okay. Got away with that.
Clean up on L20.
That is a big one. Ryan, you're going to head down there if Kevin throws this next strike.
Yep, I'll get them
and
both.
interview both John and Kevin. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Anything can happen, as we have seen so far.
9 for the tie, 10 to win.
That's there. Oh my.
Oh,
My goodness.
on the lane that hooks more.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's his first non-strike on that lane in 4 games.
Never would I have thought it would have been on that lane.
You just never know what's going to happen. So,
So
Ryan's
Kevin Mason
going to head down
got
and
8 count in the 11th. Wow. So Jack Shaw comes up with the win. Well, we'll get with Kevin real quick. I just made the comment of all the lanes that I thought that would not come up would be 20. And you got it right early, and we both saw it.
I thought it was good.
I was going to say, did you miss reading the hand a little bit or something?
I thought it was good. It just, maybe I didn't get it, but it just didn't come up.
Yeah, we thought the same thing. You got out a little bit because anytime you got it right a little bit,
Oh man, it come back good. Yeah.
yeah, it'd come back and just freeze up on you and that and just,
One pin's an ass whipping, they say.
dude,
Man.
bowling today, it's a good way to end the season.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. I enjoy bowling these. I really appreciate what you do back here, Ryan. It's great. Come home and get to watch a little bit and see how bad I really look on TV, you know?
Well, give me a little bit. I've got to record it. I'm going to upload it so we don't have the hiccups or anything. So give it a little bit, and we'll at least check it out tomorrow.
I plan on doing that.
All right, again. Yeah. And we'll get with, gotta get the Jacks. Dude, the lefty comes through with the win.
Yeah, I was sitting on the bench, yeah.
Well, and you're sitting there watching Kevin go 26 in a row, I think it was. And it's like, don't miss.
He had the nut. Yeah, you can't miss if he got the nut. So I just, just tried to stay with him as long as I could. That's all I was trying to do, and see what happens at the end. Let him start first, and then and see how it works out. And
I think you were throwing the Vibo. Is that what it was?
I was throwing a Hustle Link with a negative shift all weekend.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it has very little flare. Thanks to Donnie Breeden for drilling that. So
Donnie Breeden with the trick drills. Go figure.
Oh yeah, he'd been drilling my stuff since around '91. So yeah, I've had that in my bag. And yesterday I didn't have a look with anything in the first game, and I just pulled it out, and it was gold.
250 for your 8 games during the round robin match play. That's got to feel pretty good.
Not too bad. I was 3 pins better the day before, though.
Well, congratulations on a great win and nice way to end the season.
It is for me. Thank you.
All right, we'll get with Dan here real quick before we end this. The tournament director, as he gets the banners all set up and everything. We got to get Dan up here. Dan, come up here real quick. Dan Schmerball, the tournament director, and we do this every year. Great season. 20 games when we come up into the 9th and 10th frame, locked in. I mean, you can't ask for much better.
No, it was a great year, great season. Again, Kevin Mason, what a day.
Yeah.
Guy bowled fantastic.
Well, all the guys, the scores.
The scores were high. The averages were good. Tremendous support for the senior tour. Averaging 50, 60 bowlers an event now. I started this, I think, 7 years ago, and I had 14 bowlers an event. And now we're in our 7th year, and next year will be the 8th year. We're going to start in August, Olathe Lanes East this year. August 17th and 18th, we're going to have a doubles tournament on the 17th, a regular singles tournament on the 18th. I got a lot of new sponsors. Gladstone Bowl is going to be it's going to be called the Platinum Level sponsor, so they're the new presenting sponsor for the tour next year. I got a couple other new sponsors I'm going to announce here soon. But again, it's just a tremendous amount of support. We have 4 or 5 states, Iowa, Nebraska, Missouri, Kansas. Once in a while we get guys from Arkansas to come up. But, the tour is, it's growing, and it's just a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to put these tournaments on for these guys. And the bowling is just phenomenal.
The thing that I like about the whole tournament, people have asked me about it. Granted, it's a lot of the same guys that come bowl it, but a lot of the guys have actually become great friends and a real big family doing it.
Yeah, everybody looks forward to seeing everybody each tournament, and I'll take off June, July here, sort of recharge and get the schedule set.
Yeah.
and then we'll come back in August and we'll do it again, and it should be a lot of fun.
We'll do it again next year.
Yep. Ryan, again, thank you for the live stream. A lot of people look forward to that. You know, it brings people in that can't come in here to see it. You do a great job. I really appreciate it. I appreciate, the sponsors you get for the live stream as well. So, again, thank you to all the sponsors. Thank you to the centers. Thank you to Gladstone Bowl for coming in, when we had some schedule changes, and they said no problem. Jamie and Vicky were very excited to have us come down here. And, you can see why. The tournament was hugely popular, huge success. I'm looking forward to it again next year.
And we'll do it again. We'll see you then, Dan.
Thank you.
Dan with the tournament director, and that's going to do it for us. And Steve Points with a great qualifying yesterday, and that's going to, I guess I could have stand a little bit more over now that I see my screen, but hey, I can't add anything to what Dan said. It's a fun time doing it, bowling it, a lot of great friends and everything, and it's just when you get to be 50, come out and bowl this thing, men or women, doesn't matter. It's a great time. Thanks for Dan joining it, or Dave joining me on the broadcast. Hey, Gabby, come here a second. Come here, Gabby. Wait. Yeah, tell everybody bye.
Bye, honey.
There you go. Can't have much more than that. So for Dan, for Dave, thanks for joining me. Everyone here at Gladstone Bowl, everyone that bowled the tournament, and everyone that watched it, we appreciate it. You got the schedule. Keep tuning in to Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour on Facebook. We'll get the schedule out. We're going to start in August at Olathe Lanes East, doubles and singles. So have a great summer. Everyone be careful, be safe. And once again, congratulations to John Shaw with the end of the season tournament win. So have a great summer, and we will see you guys in August.